Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to the April 16th, 2026 board work session. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and to those who are watching this meeting via live stream, like my mom, Graciela. As we begin today's meeting, and as we move into the final weeks of the school year, I would like to take a moment to reflect on some important decisions the board has made in the recent weeks. We know that the board's decisions on school boundaries and academic programming will have a tremendous impact on our students and staff, and it will bring about significant changes for stakeholders throughout the county. We recognize that. For some, these decisions have generated feelings of excitement and new opportunities, while for others, they have led to feelings of apprehension, disappointment, and concern. We acknowledge that the discussions around these decisions have been difficult ones. They have evoked lots of emotions, and at times, heated comments as we move forward. It is important that we take a collective breath, give each other grace, and proceed in our work together respectfully, with civility and understanding, and with a very common purpose, was in the best interest of all our children and staff. With that, let us begin our meeting, and please stand up. The flag is in the back as we say our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I will now ask my colleagues to please introduce themselves to establish a quorum. I will start on my right.
Laura Stewart, District 4.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Carla Silvestre, School Board Member at Large.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3. Good to see all of you.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, Rita Montoya, Board Member at Large.
Good afternoon, Natalie Zimmerman. I represent District 2.
Good afternoon, Anuva Malou, Student Member of the Board.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Next, is there a motion to approve items 3.2 and 3.3?
Motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Ms. Rivera-Oven, just real quick, if we could confirm approval of the agenda itself.
Well, that was 4.1. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous for the approval of the agenda. Would you like me to do 3.2 again? No. We're good. Okay. You know, we were on vacation for a little bit, and so here we are. Next is item 4.1. This is the recommended appointments by Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. This is an exciting time of year where we are recommending some administrative appointments for the board's consideration. And we have several appointments for your consideration today. When I call your name, if you could please stand when I say some nice things about you, and then the board will consider your appointment. First up, for the position of Chief of Talent Management, Dr. Renee K. McCall. For the position of Chief Talent Management Officer in the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management. Joining her today is one of her sons, Gary. With more than 30 years of distinguished service in education, Dr. McCall brings a dynamic and well-rounded leadership background to Montgomery County Public Schools. Her professional journey spans roles as an accountant, teacher, principal, assistant superintendent, and reflecting her strong commitment to excellence, equity, and student success. Dr. McCall has spent the past 2 years with MCPS, serving as the Executive Director in the Office of the Chief of Staff, where she has played a key role in supporting system-wide initiatives and advancing the district's priorities, as well as supporting me the superintendent. Most recently, since December, she has been serving as the acting Chief Talent Management Officer. Dr. McCall is honored and excited to continue collaborating with the outstanding team members in the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management and to support the MCPS vision of making every student future ready. Special acknowledgments to her family and friends who are proudly watching online.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations. Dr. McCall brought a lot of fans.
She did, and I got to tell you, it is a tricky thing to keep the chief of HR a secret from HR. Somehow we were able to do it until today, but congratulations, Dr. McCall. Next for consideration is Mr. Emmanuel J. Jean-Philippe for the position of consulting principal in the Department of Professional Growth Systems in the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management. He is joined today by his wife, Jamie Lee. Mr. Jean-Philippe has been employed with MCPS for 28 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, acting principal, and most recently as the distinguished principal of Arcola Elementary School. He is honored to join the Department of Professional Growth Systems, where he looks forward to mentoring and building the capacity of new principals and administrators. His goal is to help ensure the highest quality education for all students, advance the system's commitment to equity and excellence, and foster a culture rooted in respect for every individual. Shout outs to his family members who are watching and celebrating online.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Man, Mr. Jean-Philippe's bio got a round of applause. That's pretty good. Not too shabby. Next for consideration is Dr. Sherilyn R. Moses for the position of consulting principal in the Department of Professional Growth Systems in the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management. Joining her today is her husband, Chris, her daughters, Chantel and Abigail, her mother, retired Brigadier General Dr. Deborah Howell, and her mentor, Dr. Diana Zabatakis. Dr. Moses has been employed with MCPS for 21 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the principal of Dr. Ronald E. McNair Elementary School. Dr. Moses is excited to join the Department of Professional Growth Systems to support first-year principals and administrators new to MCPS in building the leadership capacity necessary to drive equitable outcomes for all students. Shout outs to her family watching from the U.S. Virgin Islands, from Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, Minnesota, and to her friends and colleagues in MCPS for their continued support.
Motion to approve?
A second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Next for consideration is Mr. Casey H. Siddons for the position of principal at Rock Terrace School. Joining him today is his wife, Sarah, daughter Frida, his mother Kathy, his father Jim, and his aunt Maureen. Mr. Siddons has been with MCPS for 18 years as a teacher, content specialist, consulting teacher, academic coordinator, assistant principal, and most recently as the acting principal at Rock Terrace School. He looks forward to building the strong legacy of Rock Terrace School. Their amazing staff and the broader community, and to continue supporting students with significant disabilities as they transition from school to adulthood, and to become actively engaged members of our community. Shout outs to his brothers Corey and Jordan, who are watching online. He would also like to recognize his mentors, Dr. Robbie Dodd, Dr. Janine Dawson, Miss Kim Bolden, Dr. Donna Redmond Jones, Miss Summer Snyder, and Mr. Peter Crable.
Motion to approve?
I second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Madam President, and last for consideration is Mrs. Ilana Simone for the position of principal at Fox Chapel Elementary School. Joining Ms. Simone is her husband, Itamar, their children, Noam, Aitan, and Leah, and her mother, Michelle Probst. Ms. Simone has been employed with MCPS for 25 years as a teacher, staff development teacher, acting assistant principal, and most recently as the principal intern at Harriet R. Tubman Elementary School. She looks forward to leading the Fox Chapel community in her new role. Shout outs to her mentors, Dr. Griffith, Mr. Mackle, and Mr. Lloyd, and to the communities of Harriet R. Tubman and Meadow Hall Elementary Schools for their support.
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam President. This concludes administrative appointments. The next,
Let's give these folks who are so happy, all these loved ones. No, you're good. Second floor.
okay.
They're going to the second floor.
Yes, congratulations to all of the folks that you appointed to administrative positions. It's a tremendous privilege to serve in
Yes.
MCPS in this role, and we're just delighted that they're here. They're going to give great contribution to our community.
And thank you to the family and friends for coming and being supportive and sharing the loved ones with us. All right, Dr. Taylor, so we have the next on the agenda, I have the Maryland Safe Schools Month.
Yes, very exciting resolution for the board's consideration. Recently, it was declared that Maryland Safe Schools Month would be this month, in the month of April. So I'd like to read a resolved for the board's consideration. Resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools proclaim April as Maryland Safe Schools Month and encourage all members of the community to actively support and promote school safety efforts to ensure a secure, supportive, and thriving learning environment for every student. And before the board takes this resolution up for consideration, I think it's important to note that in addition to our legislature and our governor noting this as Safe Schools Month, this is also the theme of one of our presentations before the board for today. And so it's appropriate that we celebrate Safe Schools Month by giving the board a report on school safety.
All right, thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, there's a first and a second. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand. And that is a happy unanimous. Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just as a reminder, this resolution, which the Board of Education just approved, will be shared and celebrated by the Board of Education at its April 30th business meeting.
Good to hear. Next on our agenda, we have item 6. This is the association comments. So I will ask any designated representatives here to provide association comments to please come forward and introduce yourself for the record prior to beginning your comments. That would be Ms. Esmeralda Ramirez, representing SEIU. Is she here? Esmeralda Ramirez. Ramirez de SEIU. Ok, cariño, por favor, ven acá. Gracias. Hay un botoncito en el frente que tienes que empujar para que el micrófono se encienda. Gracias.
Listo. Gracias.
Puedes empezar. You can begin.
Ok. Buenas tardes a todos los miembros. Gracias por este espacio. Les hablo como madre de un estudiante en educación especial y multilingüe y como parte de una comunidad que confía en MCPS. Quiero comenzar con una pregunta. ¿Podemos hablar de éxito estudiantil si los padres no tienen acceso para participar? Porque padres y sistema educativo debemos de ser socios y una alianza sin acceso no es una alianza. Hoy ese acceso está en riesgo. Recortar a los especialistas en participación familiar no es un tema de presupuesto. Es una decisión que afecta directamente la voz de las familias y el apoyo al personal educativo. Imagínese un padre en un sistema nuevo, sin idioma y sin guía. ¿Qué pasa cuando no hay acceso ni orientación? Simple, la participación desaparece. Y esa es la realidad de muchas familias. Los especialistas en participación familiar son el puente. En mi caso, el especialista en participación familiar me apoyó a entender un sistema complejo, me acompañó en reuniones de AIP y me dio confianza para participar. También fortaleció la comunicación con maestros y especialistas. El resultado, un impacto positivo en la educación de mi hijo. Entonces pregunto, si yo necesité ese apoyo, ¿qué pasará con quienes ya se sienten perdidos o limitados por el idioma y el sistema? Esto no se trata de números, se trata de personas, del futuro de nuestros estudiantes. La necesidad no ha disminuido, ha crecido. Entonces, ¿por qué retroceder? Hoy tenemos que decidir, padres desconectados o padres empoderados.
I'll be translating. And though FESs aren't translators or interpreters, we use our language and cultural understanding to bridge the gap between parents and school. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I address you today as the mother of a student in special education and multilingual programs, and as a member of a community that places its trust in MCPS. I would like to begin with a question. Can we truly speak of student success if parents lack meaningful access to participate? Parents and the educational system must be partners, and a partnership without access is no partnership at all. Today, that access is at risk. Cutting family engagement specialist positions is not merely a budgetary issue. It is a decision that directly impacts the voices of families and the support available to our educational staff. Imagine a parent navigating a new system without language proficiency, without guidance. What happens when there is neither access nor guidance? It is simple. Engagement vanishes. And that is the reality for many families. FES serve as the bridge. In my own case, my FES helped me navigate a complex system, accompanied me to IEP meetings, and gave me the confidence to participate. They also strengthened communication between myself, my son's teacher, and his specialist. The result, a positive impact on my son's education. So I ask you, if I need that support, what will become of those who already feel lost or limited by language barriers? This is not about numbers. It is about people. It is about the future of our students. The need has not diminished. It has grown. So why would we take a step backward? Today we must make a choice: disconnected parents or empowered parents. I urge you to reconsider, for by supporting our families and our school staff, we strengthen our entire community and public education itself.
Gracias, thank you. Para el récord, ¿puedes decir tu nombre completo, por favor?
Sí, mi nombre es Esmeralda Rodríguez. Sorry for speaking Spanish, but this is the reason that I speak Spanish, because that is happening in the school. Thank you so much.
So tu nombre es Esmeralda Rodríguez.
Yes.
Preguntita.
Sí.
¿Tú estás representando a la unión del SEIU o estás aquí como individual? Porque tenemos otra Esmeralda, que es Esmeralda Ramírez, que tenía que hablar de parte de la unión. Pero tú estás hablando como de parte de tu persona como mamá.
Estoy hablando en voz de la participación de Family Engagement Specialist.
No, yo sé, pero no de parte de la unión.
Nos incluimos en la unión también porque no había espacio para
poder
platicar.
Entonces,
Sí.
¿tú eres Esmeralda Ramírez Rodríguez o eres Esmeralda
Rodríguez.
¿Tú eres empleada de las escuelas públicas?
Soy madre.
No, pero empleada, tú
No.
trabajas. No, tú eres mamá.
Yo soy madre.
Entonces creo que hay un poco de confusión. There's a confusion, just for the record.
Yeah.
That this is Esmeralda Rodríguez. And Esmeralda Ramírez has not yet testified on behalf of the SEIU.
This was the SEIU directed
it is.
testimony that we received. Yes. SEIU requested this testimony in this position.
So
Yes.
es Esmeralda.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Ok, estamos bien. Quería aclarar, como había diferente apellido. Ok, mi amor, gracias. Gracias por tu testimonio.
Thank you so much.
No, no está, no. No, she didn't. ¿Tú pediste disculpas por hablar en español?
Sí.
¿Por qué, amor?
You know somebody else sometimes.
No, mi vida. Tú no hay ninguna razón por qué uno tiene que pedir disculpas por hablar en su idioma natal. Así que tú eres digna de hablar del idioma que tú quieras, mi cielo. Gracias. Okay. Well, now we're going to go into the next testimony. If you hear your name, I'm going to be calling the next 6 folks to testify. Could we have Sienna Shaner? I'm going to mess this one up. AJNNU. Jen, thank you so much, sweetheart. Then we're going to have Shivani Mishra, Meg Hanley, Marina Prutkova, and Betsy Tao. And can we start with Miss Sienna Shadner or Shaner? Shaner, I got it right. All right, if you could start and you can push the button in front of you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sienna Shaner, and I have been doing gymnastics for 2 years at Walter Johnson. Even though my sport is consistently overlooked, it means the world to me and many others, as it has given me a social circle that I otherwise wouldn't have found, and has also showed me a different side of gymnastics than club does. High school sports in general are a fantastic opportunity, and gymnastics specifically emphasizes teamwork and sportsmanship, even in a sport that is so individualistic. Since gymnastics is the only opportunity for many girls to do high school sports, removing gymnastics means taking away sports for dozens of girls across MCPS. Even if you believe that is acceptable, the fact that MCPS is not following the correct process to take away a sport is not. Steps are being sped through, and importantly, community input hasn't been asked for. This means our wants and needs are not being met, and our ideas and solutions are never heard. Even with many fixes waiting to be considered, MCPS Athletics has chosen stunt, which is essentially cheerleading, to replace gymnastics, which is a completely inadequate solution. Why do cheerleaders get 3 opportunities to participate in school sports while we get 0? That is not to say that cheer isn't incredibly valued throughout the county, but it is to say that gymnastics desperately needs and deserves more attention. This change is not being done with student interest in mind, which is entirely inequitable for gymnasts and young girls in MCPS. So, I ask you to consider how this is impacting current female student athletes and how it impacts our little sisters too. In this case, your silence is your support. So why would you support taking away this sport that means so much to the MCPS community and still has so much potential? I hope you listen to what I and thousands of other voices have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we could have Ms. Yu.
My name is Ajin Yu, and I am a sophomore at Walter Johnson High School who has been doing 2 years of varsity gymnastics. I've been doing this sport since I was 5 years old, and gymnastics has shaped my life into who I am today. Gymnastics has given me a new opportunity to express myself in ways I cannot find anywhere else. This isn't just my experience. I am representing the thousands of people who also feel the same as me. Alumni, coaches, gymnasts who have shaped their lives around gymnastics has spoken against this decision, yet you decided to move forward with your decision without truly listening to us. What have you done to satisfy the 2,000 plus people who signed our petition? What about the coaches who have dedicated decades of their lives to this sport, such as a Sherwood High School coach who has been coaching for over 50 years? Gymnastics is such a big foundation of thousands of people's lives, both mentally, physically, and spiritually. This isn't just a decision. It is breaking a generational tradition throughout MCPS history. It doesn't just remove gymnastics, it removes access to it for female students who can't afford other alternatives. What happens to the students who can't afford $300, $500, or even $1,000 for private gymnastics? What are those students supposed to do now? Just quit? For a lot of students, school gymnastics is the first time they're even given the chance to step on a mat and learn the sport in a structured, supported environment. Removing this shuts down any opportunities for all girls who want to learn about the art of gymnastics. Cheer will never equal gymnastics, and MCPS does not need 3 seasons of cheer while we had 0 for gymnastics. We're told to constantly speak up, to use our voices through SMOB and student leadership, and to advocate for what we believe in. What happens to when students put in the effort to advocate, and the outcome stays the same no matter how many voices are heard? I leave you with this. Years from now, students won't remember sport discussions or the numbers on a spreadsheet. We won't remember the explanations or the justifications given in this room. We will remember what you have taken away from us, unless you listen to our voices and keep the sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mishra?
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Shabani Mishra. I'm a high school student at Richard Montgomery, urging you to address our current weapon crisis. As you know, a student was tragically shot at Wooten High School, and just a few years ago, another student at Magruder relearned how to walk after taking a bullet to the hip. Both instances involved a ghost gun, which is self-assembled and untraceable. And just last week, a Watkins Mill student was found with a handgun. Despite this, Montgomery County currently has 0 metal detectors and recently removed its school resource officers. The current SRO replacement, community engagement officers, are temporary and possess no jurisdiction directly inside schools. For a county that preaches safety, it is unacceptable to normalize such instances without precautions. I'm aware of an AI detection system being tested, but it doesn't detect weapons hidden in a bag, and has not progressed since February. Time is not meant to forget safety, and taking shortcuts when lives are at stake should never be an option. Whether it's working metal detectors or true permanent security guards, we need immediate and effective action at every single school. And of course, this means addressing the root cause, mental health. I'm lucky enough to attend a high school where there are entire days dedicated to catching up on work and many available help resources. However, most schools don't possess a fraction of these resources. It is time to stop being reactive and start being proactive. MCPS, as a student who has seen the impacts and heard the frustration, I ask you to provide the transparency and changes needed so students aren't reduced to statistics. We don't need drills, we need solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hanley?
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Hanley. I'm here to address the issue regarding the elimination of gymnastics, an equitable sport in Montgomery County since 1963. Club programs cost hundreds of dollars, just like the coaches. I was profoundly disappointed in how the dissemination of the termination of the program was addressed, and that Damascus would be the pilot school for a new program stunting. We were told gymnastics would possibly end, but is still being discussed. In May, we were informed that there would be forums and opportunities for the gymnast coaches, parents, and community members to ask questions and be stakeholders in the decision-making process. This never happened. On 2/18/26, a letter was emailed to some of the gymnast parents by the director of athletics, Dr. Sullivan, who was in China at the time with the pickleball team, notifying us gymnastics was ending. See, both stunting and the trip to China posted all over social media by our very own Dr. Sullivan without honoring his commitment to further discussion on gymnastics was offensive. Should the raised values be changed to risen with N representing nepotism, with supported data that this is occurring? At a February 19 board meeting, 4 members had questions regarding this decision. Ms. Stewart made the first comment about gymnastics. Dr. Taylor's immediate response was to leave it for someone in the athletic department. 3 other board members had inquiries like ours. Who investigated the validity and the claimed reasons for dropping the program? Gymnastics is not just a sport, but a community that meets the needs of a diverse student body, including those with neuro-intellectual disabilities. It teaches the athlete that sometimes in life you fall, but you don't give up. You get back up with integrity and do it again. The ADs and principals must uphold their Title IX responsibilities and offer gymnastics at all high school levels. It's the law. There are current students that want it, and the ADs and principals are simply refusing and denying it, resulting in systemic discrimination against female athletes. We look forward to hearing transparent, factual responses with valid data from Superintendent Dr. Taylor and our district representatives, since Dr. Sullivan's words and actions have not been credible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Bruklova?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story and to express my concerns. I will talk about family engagement specialist position. For the sake of time, I will skip many details. My daughter and my family were recipients of the great service provided in MCPS by family engagement specialist. My daughter is 15 years old and received special needs services. During one of the most difficult moments, I was referred to my FES by my daughter's teacher. My FES was incredibly caring and responsive. She listened and guided me with respect and compassion, helping my daughter transition from middle school to high school and ensuring stability, continuity of education and overall well-being. Her help was truly a lifeline for our family. I know my family is just one of many who needs to support navigating the educational system. Every parent should have access to the family engagement specialist to build trust and create space for positive dialogue that impact a child's success. Recently, I learned about the proposed 2026 MCPS budget cuts to family engagement specialist positions, and I am deeply concerned. Many families rely on this support, yet not all feel safe or able to speak up. I stand here today for those who cannot, asking you to consider the real impact these cuts would have. Today, my hope is to be the voice of the parents who were not able to come here, and that you hear me loud and clear. Please do not leave our family and our children behind. Do not cut family engagement specialist positions. The contribution of family engagement specialists to parents and school staff are invaluable. Building positive outcomes for everyone by creating these opportunities strengthens whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Tao?
Good afternoon. I'm the chair of the MCCPTA Technology Committee, and I am here to remind you of the work we've done this year before you vote on policy IGS next month. First, smartphones. The damage that smartphones and social media have done to our kids is incalculable and well documented. Last year, I sent you a list of 2,000 parents who want an away all day policy for all grades. MCPS opted not to take this step, so I worked with legislators to pass a statewide bell-to-bell K-12 prohibition on devices with limited exceptions. This bill is now on its way to the governor. I urge you to consider strong storage options that ensure phones are inaccessible and enforcement doesn't fall on teachers. That's what teachers overwhelmingly want, and that's what our students desperately need. Second, Chromebooks. It's also well documented that the one-to-one policy has led to a decade-long decline in student performance, which can be explained by the science behind how our brains learn. Students in all grades can access harmful content no matter how hard MCPS tries to block it. For example, I found out recently that my 8-year-old can access a popular game called 5 Nights on Epstein's Island with her school account. Countless families share these concerns. We sent you a Chromebook report summarizing over 1,000 responses with hundreds of stories from parents about the harmful content their kids access while in school. And parents recognize Chromebooks are not good for learning. 87% said they want more paper, less screens. Raising the stakes even higher, Chromebooks are now flooded with AI chatbots, and students can easily get generative AI responses from Google. Our delegates unanimously passed a resolution asking MCPS to mitigate the harms caused by technology overuse in generative AI. We are still waiting for a response to both the Chromebook report and the resolution. Like you and many parents in our community, I am also a man in the arena, but I have no power to make the changes that will move us in the right direction. You do. I hope you will give serious consideration to these issues because I know you care about our kids, and this greatly affects every single student at MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate your testimony. I'm going to call the next 6 folks who are going to come and testify. If you hear a name, please come forward. Mark Weisbrot, Pablo Molina, Juhi Sahina, thank you. Sally Ruiz Miller. Zoe De Eugenio and Kate Ambergay. If we can start with Mark, please. Thank you.
Board members and Superintendent Taylor, thank you for this opportunity to exercise my privilege to speak truth to power. I'm here as a member of Wheaton Woods, an underserved, vulnerable community, to speak about equity, a value all of you claim to profess. Specifically, I'm here to vocalize that you have failed and are failing to create an equitable community across the whole county. Choosing equity is choosing a hard road. It's choosing a road full of toil, conflict, and difficult decisions. When you choose to create an equitable community, you're choosing to have uncomfortable conversations with wealthy stakeholders, asking them for more. You're choosing to look powerful sub-communities in the eye and say, I don't have time for you. You're choosing to put long, unrecognized hours into thankless tasks for people you'll never meet. I say this because you say you have chosen equity, but your actions demonstrate otherwise. Your actions say you're comfortable ignoring vulnerable communities, that you will always pander to loud, wealthy stakeholders, and that you will place the needs of underserved communities at the bottom of your priorities. You have shown you do not want to choose the hard road. However, if equity is important to you, then put your money where your mouth is. Put equity at the top of your priorities. Begin every discussion with the considerations of the most vulnerable communities that you are responsible for. Stop cutting positions such as family engagement specialists. Expand community school programs. Because I cannot stress this enough, if equity means anything to this board, it has to mean everything to this board, or it means nothing to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Molina.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. My name is Pablo Molina, and I serve as a family engagement specialist. I'm here today to speak about equity, not as an abstract idea, but as a daily responsibility, and why it's critical to maintain those 16 family engagement specialists. Family engagement specialists serve all families, every caregiver, every student, and every community deserves access, clarity, and support in navigating MCPS. At the same time, equity asks us to recognize that not all families start from the same place. Some may need minimal guidance, while others require deeper and more consistent support to access the opportunities available for their children fully. That is where our role becomes essential. Across Montgomery County, clusters vary significantly in size, demographics, and needs. Some clusters include a small number of schools, while others serve many more with complex and diverse communities. Moving to a cluster-based model does not create efficiency. It creates gaps. It stretches support too thin and limits our ability to be present, responsive, and effective. Our work is rooted in relationships. We build trust with families over time. We invite parents to take an active and confident role in creating solutions as equal stakeholders in their children's education. This is not one size fits all. This requires consistency, it requires presence, and it requires capacity. When family engagement specialists are spread across too thin, the quality and depth of the support is reduced for everyone. When it happens, the families who need connection are the most that feel the impact. Maintaining all 16 family engagement specialists is not just about preserving roles, it's about preserving relationships, trust, and the ability for all the families to be seen, supported, and empowered in MCPS. Thank you for your time and your commitment to all families in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Ms. Sasina? Let's hope I said it right. Yeah, just push the button in front of you. Yeah, just push it. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. Dr. Taylor, and thanks to the Montgomery County School Board for having me today. My name is Juhi Saxena, and I'm the parent of a high school gymnast. Like several others, I'm here today to discuss gymnastics. This unilateral decision to cancel gymnastics was not made with the care and concern I've come to expect from MCPS. There is unequivocal support for maintaining gymnastics, as demonstrated by the petition opposing its cancellation, which has over 2,000 signatures and counting. Public stakeholders have been met with a brick wall when they try to participate, provide information, or advocate for the sport. The picture the athletics office has painted is one of no transparency or accountability, along with an unwavering commitment to a predetermined outcome. What has surprised me the most is the casual dismissiveness of the athletics office. I have heard of 2 gymnasts approaching a member of the athletics office with an appeal to keep gymnastics. They were told, "I know it's disappointing, but you'll get over it." A high school staff person was told to discourage parents from emailing the athletics office because they didn't want to have to deal with a bunch of emails. A parent called the athletics office to provide their views. They were not allowed to do so, and instead they got a lecture about why stunt is so great. MCPS is legally required to meaningfully support and promote all girls' sports. For gymnastics, they have made false claims that gymnastics is expensive, that there is declining interest, and that stunt and gymnastics are the same. They are not. In just the past week, there have been 12 posts about stunt on the MCPS Athletics Instagram account. 12 posts in 1 week, and just this morning, multiple stunt stories appeared in their feed. Out of the 785 posts that have been posted since their inception.
Thank you, Ms. Cecina. We have your testimony. I'm sorry, but your time has run out. Appreciate it. Ms. Sally Reese-Miller?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sally Reese-Miller, and I am a family engagement specialist. I am here to continue the advocacy efforts for the reinstatement of the 16 family engagement specialist positions that were reduced. Family engagement specialists are the bridge between schools and families. We are a multilingual group, and we reflect the diverse communities we serve. We serve all families, often the ones navigating language barriers, financial hardship, and an unfamiliar school system. These are the groups this very board has identified as needing the most support. There is a common misconception that other roles can absorb the work we do. While we work closely with social workers, people personnel workers, and counselors, our roles are not interchangeable but complementary. It is our collaboration that leads to student success. Family engagement specialists help families navigate our complex school system, understand school procedures, prepare for meetings, ask informed questions, break down barriers, and champion for their children's needs over time. This family-centered role is critical and unique. From explaining grading and reporting, credit and graduation requirements, programs and services available to students across all grade levels, participating in intakes, IEP and attendance meetings, and connecting families with community partners when needed, family engagement specialists build strong, long-lasting, trust-based relationships with the communities we serve. This empowers parents to take on an active role in their children's academic career. We also organize community events where caregivers can meet school staff, which helps them feel more comfortable, connected, and engaged. We also build staff capacity around family engagement by participating in IoT and student well-being teams as we elevate the SIP goals of the schools we serve. This work is not always easily measurable by metrics. I urge you to reconsider the reduction of the 16 family engagement specialist position. Our work is invaluable and directly supports the communities you have been entrusted to represent. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. Zoe De Eugenio?
Thank you. Dear members of the board, my name is Zoe De Eugenio, and I'm honored to serve as a family engagement specialist. Every day, we walk alongside families. We listen with intention, we offer a safe space, and we build the trust that allows the school to function. We make sure parents feel seen, heard, and valued, especially when the school system feels overwhelming and unfamiliar. While we serve all families, our work is a lifeline for our EML community, which faces significant challenges due to language and cultural barriers. We are the ones removing those barriers. Every year, expectations grow, new policies, new platforms, and shifting boundaries. We take what is complex and make it accessible. We ensure that no family is left behind. We show them that they belong, that their voices matter, and that their children deserve every opportunity this county has to offer. Cutting 16 family engagement specialists is not just a budget adjustment. It is a direct blow to a family's ability to support and advocate for their child's education. It means less trust, less support, and less empowerment. So I would like to ask, what is the true vision and commitment to family engagement in our school system? Eliminating these positions is a step backward for equity. It risks undoing years of progress. Today, I ask you to see the faces behind this work, the parents who now have the confidence to attend and ask questions during meetings to support their kids. The impact is clear. Those who were once silent have found their voice to help shape their children's future. This is the impact of family engagement specialists. Please protect this service for our families and students. Protect the trust that we have built. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Eugenio. Ms. Sambergy?
On April 10th, current MBLI families received a letter dated April 10th, which informed parents that MBLI may close if they didn't submit corrective action by March 26th. This letter also informed that we could choose to re-enroll our student at our home school. Why did I receive a letter on April 10th that spoke of March 26th in the future tense? Had this letter already been sent to new incoming families for the next school year, and they had forgotten to change the letter when sending to current MBLI families? Why would MCPS send out a letter alarming potential parents that a school may close, knowing full well that this hearing is happening today and the final vote on April 30th? If MCPS had been operating in good faith and as a true partner, this letter would have been delayed until a final decision is made. The letter says it wants a clear and stable path, but a letter like that makes families feel unclear and unstable. It makes them unenroll. And so I began to wonder, why would MCPS want to sow fear and distrust about MBLI? Is MCPS acting in good faith? Does MCPS want MBLI to fail? Has the verdict to close already been decided? Is today's corrective action hearing a charade? Since the last hearing on February 19th, we, the current parents of MBLI, have kept up with the school. We asked questions, demanded transparency, created PowerPoints, trying to sort this all out. And now we demand the same of MCPS, because we have heard that MCPS wasn't responding to school emails and questions, that MBLI was told they needed to correct things but weren't given clear directives as to what to correct. Has the board conducted an independent review of the submissions, communications, and corrections between MCPS and MBLI? At this point, the parents don't know what to believe, but we do know who benefits if MBLI closes: MCPS, because we are all aware of the extreme budgetary crisis MCPS is facing due to declining enrollment. Please scrutinize MCPS's actions with the same rigor applied to MBLI, because these children are more than per pupil funding.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment. I will be now asking our staff to please start playing the video testimony. And I know we have one more person signed at the end, so if you are Ms. Granados, please wait till the end after we do testimony by video first.
My name is Evelyn Chung. I'm the acting chair of the MCCPTA ESOL committee. First, consistent with our op-ed regarding calendar planning, the MCCPTA Education Committee chairs urge this board to amend the 26-27 calendar to add more full 5-day weeks, add more built-in instructional and spring makeup days, and complete all instructional and makeup days before Juneteenth per state board guidance. Second, as an MCCPTA math RFP reviewer, I was dismayed to learn that MCPS will not be presenting its recommendation for a new math curriculum today, leaving the board with little time to consider a decision of enormous consequence. As you're well aware, most of our students are not meeting state math proficiency standards. The body of research, the Johns Hopkins independent audit, the Maryland Blueprint, and MSD math policies are all in accord. One of the most effective levers to improve student outcomes is high-quality instructional materials. A strong math curriculum must include all three prongs of rigor: conceptual understanding, fluency, and real-world application. An effective math curriculum is a coherent sequence, not a hodgepodge of supplements, that culturally affirms students and supports diverse learners. All but one of the RFP finalists lack such coherence. In these products, real-world applications, deeper mathematical inquiry, culturally affirming materials, and email supports are relegated to hard-to-navigate supplements and general guides that teachers might not use consistently. These same products also rely heavily on ed tech, including untested and unproven AI tools, even though MCPS has not finalized its AI guidance. In contrast, one finalist stands out by offering a cohesive, culturally affirming sequence that embeds EML and other supports, demonstrates consistent strength across all three prongs of rigor, and incorporates a responsible approach to digital tools. The MCCPTA Ed Committee chairs would support the adoption of this product. Given the critical nature of this decision, we urge MCPS to publicly disclose this recommendation to allow the board and community a meaningful opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Sofia Artola. I am the parent of an MBLI student who plans to remain enrolled for the 2026-27 school year. On April 10th, MCPS sent a letter to families whose children are enrolled at MBLI for the upcoming school year, highlighting the school's likely closure and providing information about re-enrollment options within MCPS. The letter's writing style and its omissions are particularly concerning. The letter states that there is no required action at this time unless families choose to re-enroll in MCPS, and that families will receive formal notification by May 29 if closure actually occurs. However, the letter repeatedly emphasizes the closure, outlines next steps, and provides a future decision timeline. This creates mixed messaging. Families are told no action is required, yet they are presented with information that creates urgency and uncertainty. So why did MCPS send the letter now? Missing facts also make the communication incomplete. The letter does not inform families that MBLI is actively opposing closure and has presented the board with an alternative proposal to continue operating under monitoring and collaboration. Does not mention that MBLI has formally appealed the revocation decision to the Maryland State Board of Education. Both actions are active and directly relevant to the school's future. Without that context, families received a one-sided message. The communication discourages enrollment and undermines confidence in MBLI when MBLI is expected to demonstrate continued family interest. MBLI is part of MCPS and should be treated like it. I respectfully ask the board to ensure that future communications provide a complete picture, including MBLI's ongoing efforts, its appeal status, and the full range of options before families. Here's the letter.
Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the parent of a 6th grade MBLI student, and I want to address two concerns: optics and disparate treatment. As a retired Assistant Inspector General for the Department of the Navy, I learned that perception is reality. And the perception in our community is that MCPS and the board did not want a charter school, did not want MBLI, and created conditions that made success extremely difficult. After a single visit on MBLI's second day, MCPS began documenting issues that ultimately led to the vote to revoke the charter. A January 23rd article captured what many families already felt. MBLI never truly had a fair chance. There are also serious concerns about unequal treatment. Were families at magnet or IB programs contacted and asked if they wanted to return to their homeschool, or was this done only to MBLI families? When other MCPS schools have special education violations, are all parents notified? Do those schools face closure? Many MCPS buildings have asbestos, unsafe stairwells, or structural problems. MBLI does not. Families also received an April 10th letter implying MBLI had not responded to MCPS, even though leadership submitted its response weeks earlier. The letter further suggested MBLI students were not enrolled in MCPS, causing confusion and reinforcing negative optics. Despite this, families continue to choose MBLI. There was a wait list of more than 600 students before the school opened, and there's still a wait list today. I urge the board to allow MBLI the time to succeed or fail on its own, implement oversight, require corrective action, but give the school a fair chance. I ask that you adopt the amended resolution introduced on February 19th to provide MBLI additional time to demonstrate compliance. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kateri Orellana, and I'm a family engagement specialist serving Stephen Nones community, one of MCPS schools that supports students with complex health care needs. I'm here with a few moms that support the critical role family specialists play all across the county, as well as some of our special schools like Stephen Nones. FES ensures families understand terminology, goals, accommodations, as well as we make sure that parents and guardians feel comfortable asking informed questions and advocating for their children. Without this support, many families feel overwhelmed, excluded from a process that is supposed to be collaborative. The language, the procedures, the pace of IEPs, and even 504 plans can be difficult to navigate, especially for parents who are new to special education and face additional barriers. We help prevent misunderstandings, reach out to service providers, support county-wide initiatives. We explain report cards, ESY, outdoor ed, you name it, we do it. This requires a lot of hand-holding. On a personal note, I have hold hands as I model how to provide continuity, learning at home, advocate for community resources, listen and offer solutions when a parent confides reasons for attendance issues, hold a student's hand while waiting for the parent to arrive at the hospital, and even recently holding a mom's hand as she said goodbye to her deceased child. MCPS needs all the hands they can get to support families, especially our most vulnerable and often forgotten. So please have all 50 family engagement specialists continue the work they have already started for the success of students and families. Thank you.
I'm sorry I cried. I can't help it.
Dear members of the board, my name is Erica Guerrero and I have a student at Luterman Middle School. As a parent, the meetings held by Family Engagement Specialist Ms. Zoe have been incredibly helpful, especially since this is my son's first year at the school. One meeting focused on the grading system and how to support assignments. It helped me understand exactly how teachers grade and when it is appropriate for me to reach out with questions. I also appreciate that these meetings create such a welcoming environment. Providing breakfast may seem like a small gesture, but it makes a significant difference, especially for families going through difficult times. It makes us feel cared for. During one of these sessions, I was also connected with community partners and services that were vital for my family. This only happened because of the direct attention the family engagement specialist pays to our specific needs. The workshops and parent meetings have made me feel supported, informed, and connected to the school. They prove that Luterman doesn't just care about a student's education. They care about the well-being of the whole family. Please protect these positions so other parents can continue to feel as supported as I do. Thank you.
Dear member of the board, my name is Mayra Gomez and I am part of the Luterman community. Many of you see this 16 family engagement specialist position as mere members on budget spreadsheet, but for us those positions have a name and a face. For us that name is Zoe Eugenio. I need you to understand something fundamental. Education does not happen in a vacuum. A student cannot learn if their family is in crisis, if their parents do not understand the system, or if they are afraid to approach the school. What makes the difference isn't just the language stuff that matters. It's the cultural understanding, so we understand who we are, where we come from, and how we think as family. That is something you cannot learn from a manual. My FES is the one who has managed to tear down those walls. She has built a level of trust that money cannot buy. It is built with time, with respect, and by speaking our language. Because of that trust, family who once lived in the shadow now dare to say, my children need help. If you eliminate Zoe in this position, you are eliminating our school early warning system. You are cutting the only cable that connects us to our children's future. Do not ask us to be involved in our children's education and then take away the only person who taught us how to do it. So please do not measure our value by budget, but by our human impact. Please keep our family engagement especially. Do not break the bridge that took us so long to build. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I'm going to call, because we have an opening, Ms. Cristal Granados, if she can come up, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Crystal Granados, a family engagement specialist, and I am here to ask you to reinstate the 16 family engagement specialist positions in MCPS. We know from research that when families are engaged, students are more likely to attend school regularly, earn higher grades, and graduate. In fact, students with engaged families are up to twice as likely to succeed academically. But engagement does not happen automatically. It requires trust, time, and people whose sole responsibility is to build relationships. That is what family engagement specialists do. While we deeply value our pupil personnel workers, counselors, and community school liaisons, their responsibilities are fundamentally different. A PPW may call when a student is chronically absent, but an FES asks why before attendance becomes a crisis. They might discover a parent working 2 jobs, a lack of transportation, or a language barrier, and then help solve it. A school counselor supports students' emotional and academic needs, but they often manage caseloads of hundreds of students. They simply cannot spend hours building relationships with families who are hesitant, overwhelmed, or disconnected. CSLs connect schools with external resources and partnerships. They build bridges with organizations, but they are not consistently embedded in day-to-day family relationship building. FES, however, are dedicated to building trust between schools and all families, especially those who feel disconnected, marginalized, or unheard. They are proactive, not reactive. They don't just respond to crisis. Reinstating these 16 positions is not just a budget decision. It is a statement about who matters in our school system, a system whose Director of Family Engagement was recently recognized with the Constantino Family Engagement Practitioner Award. I respectfully ask the board to recognize the distinct and irreplaceable value of FESs and join the over 1,200 petition supporters who understand the value and witness the work and restore these positions and invest in the relationships that make student success possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Granados. Okay, that will conclude the discussion. I will ask my colleagues. Oh, yes, lots of things to say. Okay. Do you want to go first? Ms. Anuba, you want to go first?
You want to go first? And thank everyone.
First, on behalf of everybody, so that way we don't take that. On behalf of all my colleagues, muchas gracias. Thank you so much for coming. And testifying. Gracias por haber venido y atestiguado hoy día. We are just very grateful for taking time to the students, for taking time to come, for advocating. We hear you, we see you, and likewise to the FES and everybody else who testified. Please know that on behalf of my colleagues and myself, we ran for the Board of Education because we do care tremendously about the children of this community, about our teachers and the quality of education. And as somebody who is a product of MCPS and a former ESOL EML student, this is, the closest it gets to joy for me to be able to do this work with humility and with kindness and empathy. So thank you all for coming. With that, Ms. Anuba.
All right. Thank you all. Dr. Taylor, I'm going to ask if you can speak to the comments about gymnastics.
I think it might be better that the board take a presentation on that topic, because I don't think I can capture everything and speak comprehensively about it, but I think it'd be appropriate for the board to take a public presentation on that.
I would like to ditto to that.
Yes.
And concurred. I think that would be great because we did have quite a lot of questions that we'd like to know and the process when it comes to eliminating any sport. Thank you, Ms. Anuba.
Thank you. And one more quick thing also to the students that did come. I know that they're from WJ as well, so thank you all so much for coming out. One of my directors for the SMOB Advisory Council is a senior at WJ, an athlete as well, and he handles all sports concerns about students, and we have a department of student athletes across the county that come together and testify on what they believe in and help inform me of their decisions. So we have a meeting tonight, and I would like to personally invite you guys out to attend. It's open to all students, but I think your perspective is very useful, and it would be great if you could attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anuba. Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you. I want to take a moment as the chair of the board's advisory committee on communication and community engagement. I'd like to take this opportunity, along with President Rivera-Oven, to thank our current advisory committee members for their service and dedication this past year. They provided invaluable support to community engagement around the boundary studies. So looking ahead to the 26-27 school year, the committee will focus on two major areas: the upcoming elementary boundary study and development of a communication and engagement plan. Committee members will work closely with district leaders to help ensure clear, transparent, and effective communication with our community throughout this important process. So applications for membership of the committee for the 26-27 school year is now available on the board's website. The last day to apply is Friday, May 1st. The board will begin reviewing submissions and select a group of individuals to serve a one-year term beginning July 1st. Current advisory committee members are welcome to reapply. All members serve as volunteers and commit to a one-year term. The advisory committee will meet at least 4 times per year with additional meetings scheduled as needed, depending on the work underway. Members should be prepared to collaborate thoughtfully with district leaders to strengthen our outreach and engagement efforts. So we encourage interested community members to apply and to consider this opportunity to contribute meaningfully to improving communication and engagement during an important time for our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Ms. Montoya?
Thank you. I would like to join wholeheartedly Ms. Malou's comments and requests regarding gymnastics. As a student athlete, I have lots of questions, and I can empathize with our student athletes who are here today and those who have been advocating prior to this. So I'm grateful for a presentation. I just want to make sure that whatever date is scheduled, that the gymnastics community receives the information about the date of that presentation, so that they can make sure they are communicating with us to the extent they would like to prior, that they can also show up. And then secondly, I would just like to make sure that Ms. Granado's testimony is in with the board so that I can have a copy of that. Thank you. That was 7.21.
Ms. Stewart?
The presentation that we'll be getting about the decision about gymnastics, will that include all of the recommendations for our various athletics? Because I might have more questions about that. Okay, great. And I just wanted to speak to the point that maybe there was concern maybe we do not take equity seriously from the board. I just want to let you know that I absolutely do. I listened very carefully to all the testimony today from our family engagement specialists and supporters, and I really do appreciate the work that you have done. And however, we must move forward with our budget constraints. I want to make sure that those services are available to our children, and I did listen very carefully. And thank you so much for the work that you have done for our students in the name of equity.
So let me say a few words. As a former EML student and somebody who had probably, I know you all are great, but Teresa Wright in history will be, to me, the greatest FES person, and she was the first. And she was a lifeline for me and my family when we immigrated here. So this is very personal to me, so maybe I'm not the best person to talk about it because obviously, you know, I'm very biased. And many of you know, it's not a secret that I was very much against us taking any FESs out of this budget because I know the impact that it had on me, my cousins, and my friends personally, and the people like Teresa and Leonor Guillen and Maria Garcia, who paved the way to ensure that our families' voices were taken into account and the needs. They were the bridges. Leonor passed away a few months ago. And those legacies, in my opinion, need to continue more than ever because our families are under such a stress and under so many different attacks of who they are and why they're here. So I just want to say I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm really thankful for your work and your commitment. And some of you have been doing this work not 1 year or two, but for many, many years. And this is not just a job for you, but this is a mission for a lot of you. So muchas gracias for your commitment and for your love to our community. And unfortunately, we have to make some very, very hard decisions in this budget. And I hope you also take this kind of advocacy to our neighbors across Rockville Pike, which is the council members, so they can see and hear you as well. Because at the end of the day, we have to do what we have to do with the funding that we get from them. And as you know, I don't have to tell you, we have so many needs in MCPS. And at the end of the day, the funding comes from them. So I don't want to pass, the ball to another, but that's the reality. I don't know if Dr. Taylor want to say a few words, but I just want to say that we're very lucky to have the caliber of professionals that we do who take care of the most vulnerable in our daily day-to-day in our schools, and that every child deserves to feel welcome and safe and loved in our schools.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo what you've said and show our appreciation for the folks that have come out today, not just for our family engagement specialists, but also those that also spoke on other topics. I think we're looking at some very difficult times ahead. The budget that we proposed and that the board adopted and sent to county council is likely not to remain whole given some of the conversations that are taking place, and that every budget advocacy point needs to be stressed with our funding partners so that they better understand the important mission that we have in the school system. So thank you for your advocacy. Please continue your advocacy. It is critically important as we continue to move forward, not just with this process, but in communicating with our entire community how important different elements of our school system are. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question because I honestly am a little confused, and I'm not sure if the community is clear. But when it comes to, and I know we're talking about gymnastics today, but when it comes to the decision of which sports programs basically take place and which don't, is that something that we vote on? Because Ms. Stewart mentioned recommended sports, and so I just want to make sure our language is clear.
Yeah, it's not, but it's still of the public interest, and it would be helpful for the board to bring to public light the process and what that looks like, and then of course to hold the school system accountable for following that process. So I think that is an important topic, and in your role as oversight of the school system, this is important.
Okay, no, I mean, I believe it's important as well. Yeah. I have questions, but I just want to be clear for myself and the community that this is not something that will go up for a vote where they say, are we keeping this or not, and then board members will choose to raise hands or not. So I just want to make sure that especially our students understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude our public comments. Thank you all for joining us today. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the agenda. It's really interesting. We have a lot of good stuff on here, public safety and so on. So with that, let me find my way. So we are in 8.1. Mr. Lockman? Okay. So we're at 8.1. So the next item on the agenda is discussion of the superintendent's recommendation to revoke MECCA, Business Learning Institute Charter. The board will not be taking action on the superintendent's recommendation today. We will begin with a presentation from MCPS administration, and it will be followed by a presentation from the charter school leadership. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have both our General Counsel and Chief of Legal Services, Robin Seabrook, as well as Jada Langston here to answer questions that the board may have regarding MBLI. And I'm going to turn it over to them if there's anything that they have that they want to introduce or entertain questions from the board. As we continue through this process, there are a number of steps, and that we're following that those steps is of particular interest.
Okay, good afternoon, President Rivera-Oven and Vice President Wolf and members of the board. My name is Robin Seabrook. I'm the Chief of Legal Services for MCPS. The superintendent's recommendation to revoke MBLI's charter remains unchanged at this time. On March 10th, you received from MBLI their alternative proposal to closure. As an alternative to charter revocation, MBLI proposed continued operation with ongoing structured monitoring and formal evaluation of MBLI's performance and compliance status at the conclusion of year 3. In response to this proposal, Superintendent Taylor submitted a memorandum to this board on March 24th requesting that you reject MBLI's alternative proposal. That memorandum outlined continued concerns regarding special education compliance and other operational challenges. Specifically, the memo outlined concerns about MBLI's financial viability, including concerns related to budget sustainability, staffing costs, outstanding financial obligations, and the school's ability to maintain operations through the charter term. The memo also highlighted MBLI's that MBLI lost its school nurse due to its failure to pay the agency through which the nurse was hired. And on March 26th, MCPS issued a notice of noncompliance on this issue, citing to federal and state laws pertaining to school health personnel, as well as relevant provisions of MBLI's charter agreement. The notice directed MBLI, among other things, to ensure an assignment of a qualified licensed nurse by March 30th. As of last week, MBLI still had not hired that nurse. Dr. Taylor's memo also references MBLI's significant decline in student enrollment this year, which limits MBLI's ability to maintain adequate staffing and programming. For these reasons, and in addition to these reasons, the special education compliance concerns, MCPS asserts that the alternative proposal set forth by MBLI is not sufficient. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Jada Langston, Director of Special Education Services, to speak more in depth about the current state of MBLI's special education compliance and their monitoring work of that.
Thank you, Ms. Seabrook. Good afternoon, Ms. Rivera, our board member president, as well as the rest of our board. Today, I will share a report that provides an update on special education compliance status of Mecca Business Learning Institute. Following the November 2025 audit, MBLI submitted a corrective action plan on December 12, 2025. However, findings from January through March 2026 demonstrate continued systemic noncompliance with federal IDEA, state MSDE, COMAR, and Montgomery County Public Schools requirements. Technical assistant visits were limited to the main office area or conference room for document review, and MCPS staff were not consistently permitted or offered to access classrooms. While recent visits in April of 2026 have shown initial foundational progress, it is critical to note that for approximately 3/4 of the 2025-2026 school year, MBLI operated in a status of noncompliance with federal IDEA and state MSDE mandates. Despite repeated targeted technical assistance and direct support from MCPS throughout the year, MBLI did not demonstrate timely or consistent implementation of required corrective action steps and next steps. As a result, although steps towards improvement are now underway, these efforts come late in the school year and after prolonged periods where students did not consistently receive services and supports as required. This delay contributes to the gaps in learning, interruptions in service delivery, and an increased risk that students were denied a free, appropriate public education. Research indicates that even 1 year of inconsistent or ineffective instruction can result in significant learning loss, with students potentially requiring up to 3 years to recover academically. Given the extended period of inconsistency in compliance and service delivery, it raises a critical question as to whether students at MBLI are adequately prepared to progress to the next grade level. Sustained noncompliance from November 2025 through March 2026, MBLI failed to implement required corrective actions, including service delivery verification. Confirm services are being delivered as written and verify provider assignments. Progress monitoring reentry. Reentering all data into MCPS format with clear mastery criteria. Goal reinstatement. Review and reinstate goals. Close without data. Ensure instruction continues. Confidential file reconstruction. Request and rebuilding of missing files. PLAF and IEP revisions. Update statements using current data and finalize full IEP packages. IEP and procedural violations. Delays in reviewing and revising IEPs, poor goal quality, lack of baseline data, and missed legal requirements, like parent notices and document timelines, reflect systemic issues. Lack of data systems, the absence of consistent data collection and progress monitoring has limited the ability to measure student growth or adjust instruction, further compounding learning gaps over time. Instructional misalignment. There is inconsistent use of teacher-led Tier 3 interventions impacting the delivery of appropriate intensive individualized instruction. Interrupted support. Multiple cancellations of scheduled visits by MBLI staff for ongoing technical targeted support, delayed progress and hindered the implementation of required actions despite consistent efforts by MCPS to provide support. Cancel visits the week of March 16th, the week of March 23rd, and April 13th. However, an unannounced April 13th, 2026 visit was conducted due to repeated cancellations of scheduled visits. Capacity concerns. With only 10 students requiring IEPs, delays in compliance indicate organizational and implementation challenges rather than issues related to scale. Initial but limited progress. As of April 2026, MBLI has begun establishing foundational structures, like partial IEP improvements and initial data tools. However, these efforts are not yet consistent or system-wide and do not yet mitigate the impact of the earlier noncompliance on student outcomes. Required next steps remain the same as it has since November 2025. Immediate and sustained action is necessary, including full revision of all IEPs, implementation of comprehensive data systems, clear delivery of specialized instruction and data, and consistent engagement with MCPS support to achieve full compliance. This concludes our report. If the board, you may ask any questions, or we can submit any additional information to you before the April 30th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wolf?
Oh, I thought you were. Thank you for the report. I guess I listened to what you were saying, and I'm just a little bit confused. I want to make sure I understand what you said. Now, when was the last site visit?
Monday, April 13th.
Okay, but go back through the timeline for me, because, you know, I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around this. What was due when, and what did you receive, and was that in compliance with what the original issue was? I'm waiting for them.
Yes, thank you. So we began the corrective action steps.
Could you talk a little louder?
I'm sorry. We began the corrective action steps in January, and every time we went, we have required updates to the ones that we listed, which are service delivery verification, progress monitoring reentry, goal reinstatement, and PLAF IEP revision. PLAF are the goals for the IEP. Those were due each time.
Those were the original findings?
Yes.
And the result of your compliance review for that issue was what?
Every time we visited, we were looking for those areas.
And what did you find?
We were out of compliance in February, March, up until the April 13th areas when we actually began to see change.
I don't have any documentation. Did you send us any documentation
I can
to
send
look
that
at?
to you. I can send that to you.
Yeah, I want to see the documentation of
Yes, those visits.
non-compliance
Yes.
because, I mean, you keep talking about a year's loss of service, but I know for a fact we have schools that service has not been provided as it should be. So I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around closing a situation in this limited time period. I really am, because I see we have this as a system-wide issue that we're trying to deal with. And I know that service delivery is a problem because finding service providers is even a problem. So, I mean, how are you talking a year's worth of loss and we haven't even finished the year? And if I understood you correctly, it sounds like they're on the up move from your most recent visit. Am I wrong?
They are making strides to begin to get into systemic compliance. However, at this time, they're not 100% compliant, and they are developing systems to begin to become compliant. We can also provide
So
that.
as of today, you would say they are in non-compliance?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to get the documentation so I could see what was submitted versus what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can I just add very quickly to that? Because you said as of April, they're making progress, but I didn't hear you which areas they're making progress on. So if I could add to Ms. Wolf's request to just have, I think the chronological for us will be very helpful to have that as well. And I concur with my colleague. We have a lot of schools that we have issues with compliance with IEPs and so on. And I know that as a fact because I wear another hat, as you know. So I just want us to be, I just want us, to be looking at this in a way that it kind of makes sense. I'm a very visual person, so I just would like to see where we were, half the way, and where we are today. And we are at the end of the school year, pretty much, right? So are your visits weekly? Are they bi-weekly? Are they monthly? Like, what is the pattern that we're doing?
Yes, thank you. We are doing weekly visits.
Weekly?
And I did share the ones that were canceled, but we will provide the additional information you all have requested. Yes.
And it would help me if you could, you mentioned 10 students. I don't need names, but a comparison. This was needed, this was provided, this was not provided for each and every student. But I'd also like to see the documentation of your site visits, because I'm seriously having problems with the time period and closing a system or a school after just a few months. I really am.
And could you also add the whole EML population? I know it was minimum, but there's still a population there. Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. I was wondering, you mentioned some canceled visits, and I was wondering if any reason was offered for the cancellations, or if it was just, the state's not going to work out for us after all.
We will receive an email from the principal stating that this was not a good time for us to come back after spring break, which are the weeks of the 16th and the 23rd.
Okay,
And then when we reached out again to come on the 13th, we were also asked to reschedule, and that's when I did the unannounced.
Okay, and then you mentioned some staffing challenges. I think I heard you say about a nurse.
That would be my colleague, Ms. Seabrook.
Oh, I apologize. I'm just looking at my notes. And so in terms of staffing, if we could just have some information about what does staffing look like
Staffing you'd like information about staffing overall or staffing with respect to the nurse?
Well, I mean, I heard you mention the nurse, and then I think even in the information that will be presented from MBLI, I see something with the nursing. So I think we'll get a little more information there.
Okay.
But I guess I'm curious to know, like at this point, if there are any staffing gaps, what are they?
Okay.
Right? Because of course, we want all of our spaces fully staffed, but some staffing gaps are different than others, and so I don't want to, inappropriately place weight on something when, we have staffing challenges sometimes in other spaces too. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that, though. Staffing gaps, was that part of the original issue of noncompliance, nursing? I don't recall. I just heard services at first.
Because
and now nursing is coming up.
Right, but
it sounds like something different is coming up from what was the originally contemplated. I want to know, based on what you originally said you wanted to close by, how they're doing with regard to that.
Right. So
but the reason I asked about staffing,
they may have new challenges. I understand that, and I do think staffing is important. But I just want to know. Was that, that came up in April, you said. So that was not part of the original.
That came up in March, yes, and you're right. It was not part of the original recommendation from the superintendent so that today what you heard was a status of what the latest information was, right? What the latest information has been with respect to operational challenges.
But correct me if I'm wrong now, and I may be. We propose closure based on X. So we are considering X today, what we consider noncompliance of X. But you're adding stuff. So when you start adding stuff, don't you need more time to come into compliance with regard to that stuff?
Right. So the notice of noncompliance with respect to the school nurse was issued in March, and the request that was issued by Dr. Cage, and the request was that MBLI have a school nurse in place by March 30th. So there was notice and the opportunity to cure that. But you are correct that was not part of the superintendent's original recommendation, because at the time that was not an issue. So you're right. The major issue at the time of the recommendation was special education violation.
Can we let Ms. Montoya?
The reason I'm asking about staffing as a whole, and why I do want to know which it is, because if we're talking about compliance, for example, with a child's IEP, of course we need building services staff. But if it's that you're a little short on building services staff, then maybe, that's what I was talking about, kind of the weight pertaining to what's at issue here, right? Then maybe that's a staff where it's like, yes, I hope that you're able to find that, but as it regards to what's, at issue, then maybe that's not something I'm going to really put a lot of weight on, right? So I just want to be clear about why I'm asking. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
I just want to add on to Ms. Wolf's request. On April 13th, when you made that visit, we have all these categories, that they were out of compliance. Can I get a final assessment based on each of those categories that you listed, that you saw on April 13th? So we just have a very clear view on, I think there was 5 or 6 different places you mentioned.
But again, I have to ask the same question. You got to help me with this, Robin. If we said we were going to close based on X, shouldn't we only be considering X?
That is what I'm
wait
asking.
A minute, but you're asking for things.
No.
That is exactly what I'm asking.
All right. I want to be
for the
clear.
same thing.
All right.
She's asking
but
for.
She said add on to mine.
No. Let me clarify. I'm going to take the meeting back. Okay. What she's asking, take it back, y'all. Okay, what she's asking is the same thing you're asking. She's talking about the original components. That was the service delivery, the ones you listed it. So Ms. Wolf is talking the same thing that Ms. Stewart is talking. She's just.
I just want to make it very clear that we have it by service delivery, goals, IEP compliance. So all those categories, so we can see very clearly where they are or not compliant.
Today.
Because that helped today,
as of your April 13th visit, because that helps me see very clearly exactly where we are.
I think we're saying the same thing, but a little bit differently. What we want, I think I said the same thing as well. Maybe not as eloquently as everyone else, but we want to see from the original, right, things that that they needed improvement on, how that has transpired through the days till April 13th. Or maybe you'll have something, by the time you send us a report, might be the end of April. But just to see where they are in each of those categories. Is that what you meant also, Ms. Wolf? Just the original stuff, correct? Okay.
We can do that. Thank
Awesome.
you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Now we're going to have our MBLI colleagues come up to the table, please. Good afternoon, ladies. If you could introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
I'm LaShondra Graham, founder, president, and CEO. I'm joined today with Tracy Cooper, our chief academic officer and schools co-founder.
And go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Cooper. I am the chief academic officer and co-founder.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Welcome. And you can go ahead.
We have we have slides.
Yep, they're working on it.
Okay.
But we do have a copy.
Okay.
Everybody has a copy. So if you like to start,
Okay, well, I can get started while they queue it up.
Okay, thank you.
Again, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I'll skip our introductions, which is a part of, I think, since we've already said who we are. MBLI has operated as an MCPS school of choice for less than 8 months. During this period, the school has faced challenges opening within MCPS, rather than the collegial and supportive oversight that typically accompanies a first-year charter school. That context matters, particularly because allegations and findings by MCPS have been presented to support closure while failing to impartially disclose the actual conditions MBLI faced, the actions MBLI has taken, and the school's ongoing responsiveness to its students, families, staff, and MCPS at large. This presentation will address the conditions under which MBLI has operated, the school's progress, and aspects of the record that have not been fully or accurately represented. Next slide. MBLI began with a clear, board-approved plan for operation that included an extended day under a 6-year charter contract, which we believe would provide a fair opportunity to establish the school. That fair opportunity has not yet been realized. Next slide, please. From the outset, MBLI encountered barriers within MCPS that altered or constrained the board-approved model. These issues were significant and directly affected both implementation and the school's ability to launch as designed. The approved model was altered by the authorizer outside of the charter agreement, then MBLI was later judged by the outcomes of these changes. Next slide, please. We take responsibility for our school. However, accountability must be grounded in full context. The challenges MBLI has faced, including addressing unfounded allegations in less than a year, arose from conditions outside of the school's control. Next slide, please. Rather than a typical startup period, MBLI has operated under compressed timelines and heightened scrutiny. Even so, we have continued to implement, refine, and strengthen school operations, including special education. Student growth is already evident. Next slide, please. In less than 8 months, over 60% of students in math and over 50% in reading have demonstrated measurable growth. This reflects a functioning school. Students are learning, staff are working, and instruction is taking place. MBLI is not failing to educate its students. Next slide, please. Throughout MBLI's first year, MCPS has issued communications that create confusion for families and staff, cast doubt on the school's future, and contribute to the school's instability, including communications sent just this week. These communications are not neutral. They have real operational consequences affecting family confidence, enrollment decisions, and the school's ability to build a stable environment. To date, this aspect of MBLI's treatment has been absent from MCPS's narrative to the board. Next slide, please. The issue is not whether challenges existed, because MBLI fully acknowledges that they did. The issue is how MBLI has responded. MBLI did not ask MCPS to solve its problems. When concerns were raised, MBLI sought clarification, guidance, and direct communication so it could address those matters responsibly and in alignment with district expectations. MBLI repeatedly requested meetings with the superintendent and the board, yet those requests went unanswered. Most notably, the board failed to act on MBLI's request to enroll additional students, despite the clear and significant financial consequences explained at that time. That lack of response left MBLI to manage serious operational matters on its own, and MBLI did so, only to later be judged for handling those matters without the district guidance that should have been available. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the February board visit to MBLI, where members toured the building, observed classrooms, and saw students and staff engaged in daily school activities. Board members saw instruction in progress, students actively learning, and a functioning school environment firsthand. There was also an earlier visit in January, shortly after MBLI transitioned into its permanent facility. At that time, the school was still settling into the building with setup and organization in progress. This context is important because impressions formed during the initial transition should be understood in light of that timing. By February, the board saw a more complete picture of MBLI in operation. What remains true is that MBLI is a functioning school community actively serving students. Next slide, please. This presentation does not stand alone. The board has already received several hundred pages of materials from MBLI, including emails, letters, memoranda, reports, responses, requests, and proposals reflecting the school's work, progress, and position. The record is extensive. It is therefore not accurate to suggest that MBLI has failed to provide a complete picture, particularly where MBLI has consistently responded to every request for information. To date, MBLI has not been provided with the required formats, templates, or defined standards by which its submissions would be evaluated, nor has there been meaningful response to the substance of what was submitted. Accordingly, any conclusion that MBLI submissions are insufficient must be considered in the context of both the substantial record provided and the absence of a defined framework or feedback from MCPS for assessment. Next slide, please. Today, MBLI is fully operational. Students are receiving services, instruction is ongoing, systems are in place and being continually refined. No state-rated violations have ever been reported for MBLI. MCPS's repeated use of the term noncompliance has created a misleading picture by conflating documentation revisions with the actual delivery of services. That distinction matters, especially where the district itself has acknowledged that compliance indicators tied to IDEA implementation remain an area of ongoing work system-wide. Despite this, special education has been presented as the central basis for closure, even though there has been no finding that MBLI failed to provide the actual services to students. MBLI has been and is today a functioning school actively serving all of its students. Next slide, please. This slide highlights that MBLI students are not just enrolled, they are actively learning, creating, and participating in a real school community. Next slide, please.
When students enrolled at MBLI, their existing IEPs had to be implemented immediately to ensure continuity of service. This is how the process works under IDEA. A receiving school implements the active IEP a student arrives with. Then the school observes the student, collects data, reviews the records, and determines through IEP team process whether those revisions are needed. The IEPs for all students who were all new to MBLI, a brand new MCPS school, were active and not yet due for annual review when they transferred to MBLI. Because those IEPs were developed and finalized by students' former schools, the documentation issues that MCPS characterized as non-compliance were present and in the inherited records when the students arrived at MBLI, not created by MBLI at the time of transfer to MBLI. MCPS's initiating findings of noncompliance within 2 weeks of MBLI opening did not allow a reasonable opportunity for MBLI to complete IEP processes with respect to those inherited records. Even so, MBLI was pressured to update documentation before having a meaningful opportunity to work through the normal IEP cycle. MBLI's immediate obligation was to provide services without interruption in accordance with what was already written in the IEP, and staff worked hard to do so. The issues raised then and now concern documentation and record refinement from the students' former schools. They do not concern a failure to serve students. MCPS's portrayal as such is incorrect. MBLI should be afforded the same reasonable time and due process as any newly opened school to implement, review, and refine its systems to ensure that all requirements are carried out with fidelity consistent with standard practice across all public schools. Applying a different or accelerated standard to MBLI undermines a fair evaluation of the school's performance. At no time then or now were MBLI students with IEPs ever unserved. Next slide, please. Since December, MBLI has strengthened its documentation, monitoring, training, and oversight. These are measurable improvements, not inaction. Yet, this progress has not been meaningfully reflected in MCPS's presentations and narratives to the board, even where it has been acknowledged directly to MBLI by MCPS staff. The efforts we have undertaken align closely with the current priorities of MCPS special education. The district initiative announced this week on April 14th focuses on strengthening instructional supports, procedural consistency, and documentation accuracy throughout all schools. That complete picture matters. Next slide, please. This slide reflects ongoing IEP work based on internal review to strengthen documentation, refine processes, and ensure alignment with special education requirements and best practices. It also reflects the work that is consistent with the broader effort announced by MCPS this week to standardize its practices and strengthen special education systems throughout the district. Next slide, please. MBLI has been required to complete multiple rounds of IEP review under compressed timelines, limiting the school's ability to fully implement and evaluate changes before new concerns are raised. When MCPS special education offices has visited the school, often and sometimes through unplanned visits, the written reports have resulted in notices of noncompliance in contrast to what was observed in person. This pattern keeps MBLI in an overlapping cycle of allegation and response rather than supporting structured improvement. Next slide, please. And this image shows that even as systems are being implemented and concerns addressed, students continue to be taught and to learn every day. Next slide, please. MBLI has developed a full special education framework to standardize practices and ensure consistent implementation. This reflects a shift to sustainable systems and shows that MBLI has already built structures aligned with the broader standardization and consistency effort MCPS itself announced this week. Next slide, please. MBLI has developed an IEP development and documentation manual to create structure, consistency, and accountability in how IEPs and related records are developed, reviewed, and maintained. In contrast, as previously mentioned, MCPS is now working to standardize these same practices across the district through new procedures and a special education playbook intended to reduce inconsistency between schools. That context matters. MBLI has already built and implemented systems aligned with the very direction the district itself is only now rolling out. Next slide, please. Instructional tools like iReady are used as supplemental supports, not as replacements for instruction. IEP students continue to receive teacher-led, specially designed instruction, as well as IEP-aligned services and interventions. Next slide, please. These practices are guided by written procedures to ensure consistency and accountability. Next slide, please. Student records and documentation systems have been standardized to support compliance and informed decision-making. MBLI has made measurable progress in strengthening documentation practices, including record updates and consistency across files. Progress that was acknowledged by MCPS special education staff during the April 13th meeting. These improvements reflect both internal efforts and alignment with evolving expectations for documentation and consistency. Next slide, please. This work continues through monitoring, training, and refinement. MBLI already has training plans in place to support continued implementation and improvement, while the district is only now in 2026 working to standardize special education professional development more broadly. This is exactly what fair oversight is meant to support. Next slide, please.
MBLI continues to operate while fully managing real financial and operational pressures. Student instruction, special education support, and internal oversight remain in place. Instructional staffing and payroll are preserved through MCPS administered staffing funds, while MBLI leadership has taken targeted steps to preserve classroom continuity and prioritize student services. These pressures did not arise in isolation or through the actions of MBLI alone. They were shaped by broader conditions involving district funding decisions, facility-related cost and timing, delayed financial reporting, and other development-related factors outside of the school's sole control. It is also important to recognize that the kinds of financial and operational adjustments MBLI has had to make are not unique to MBLI. School systems, including MCPS and individual schools, routinely face challenges related to staffing, funding, facilities, and implementation. MBLI's challenges have occurred during a period where broader system-level adjustments, including staffing models, operational structures, and implementations expectations, are also evolving across the district. Yet those realities are never treated as grounds to force a school out of operation or close an entire school system. Even so, MBLI continues to operate, serve students, and manage its obligations in real time. MBLI is fully aware of outstanding vendor obligation and has been actively working, managing those relationships in good faith to maintain continuity of essential services. The point is this: the school is operational, students are being served, and continuity has been maintained under constrained conditions that were not fully within MBLI's control. Next slide, please. Students' needs are being met. Systems are in place and regularly refined. What remains appropriate is fair and balanced oversight, not oversight that is constrained, contrived, or driven by a predetermined outcome. MBLI seeks fairness, not avoidance of accountability. The full record reflects a school that is operating, improving, and responding, not one that warrants closure. MCPS should not conflate documentation issues, operational challenges, and broader establishment conditions to justify eliminating another program of choice. Given the progress achieved in under 8 months, the systems now in place, and the school's ongoing responsiveness, continued oversight and fair collaboration are the appropriate path forward. We respectfully ask the board to consider the complete record, revisit its decision to revoke our charter, and allow MBLI to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or point of clarification? Ms. Montoya?
Thank you. I just wanted to, if we can go back to slide 15, please. Thank you so much. And I just want to go back to, you were mentioning about basically when the school year started, it wasn't that, and I know, right, IEPs have an annual review for the community. So every year they get reviewed, and every student's review date is different, right? It doesn't necessarily run in alignment with the school year because it depends on when the student qualified for the IEP or the services, and so that would be their review date, right? And so if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that when the school year started, none of the students with IEPs were up for review at that time. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes. So yes,
Okay.
those IEPs were not up for review. At the time, again, we had IEPs from the other schools, the sending schools, whether they were the elementary schools or other middle schools, and those meetings had already taken place.
Okay.
So when we received those IEPs, we were implementing the services that were then present.
Okay, and so then, if I understand what you're presenting on the slide correctly, November of 2025 would have been the first review date for that cohort of kids. Is that right? Is that what that means on the slide?
So those represent the ones that were for those students. So that's not a group. That's one.
Right,
one
exactly. That's
student.
one annual IEP. So it means of the cohort of kids that had IEPs, one of the students, their annual review date was in November.
And not
Is that right?
necessarily the actual annual review. As a part of what was being brought to our attention and the adjustments and the refinements we were making, the reviews required a certain step. So these were the things, so these were new meetings that were occurring in support of making the adjustments to bring the documents into alignment according to what was being presented to us at the time.
Okay, I guess I just wanted to be clear because annual review, at least in this space, means the yearly review that happens for an IEP, right? It doesn't just mean an IEP meeting or an update or like, as a parent, I'm a parent of MCPS students. If they had an IEP, I could say, oh, hey, I want to have a meeting. I think they might need us something else, or maybe we don't need this, or et cetera, right? But that would not be the annual review, right? The annual review happens on the specific date. So I just want to make sure that I understand.
Unless there was a deficiency in the prior annual review.
Okay, well, perhaps we can get clarification on that in a special populations committee meeting, because that's not my understanding.
There's no way for us to tell if that's the case based on the presentation that you're giving us. I guess in November 2025, you had 40 IEP students about?
So I'm getting to that part actually too. So at the bottom of the slide, I just want to make sure I understand the presentation, because there's a lot of information here. There's a blue box that runs along the bottom. And so am I understanding correctly, at the beginning of the school year, there were approximately 40 students who came to MBLI with IEPs. And then since then, that number has decreased to currently you have about 10 students.
Correct.
Okay. And was that just a gradual decrease? Was there, as I'm trying to figure out what is the, community of IEPs that you're dealing with at given times throughout the school year here? Did it just go from 40 to 10, or was it just kind of
Well, at the time that the allegations were brought forward by MCPS, it was impacting what was noted at that time 17 students. There was one student that was repeated twice, so it ended up being 16. There was a student that had that same day been removed. So in actuality, there were 14 active students at the time that the proposed closure was brought to the table. It was impacting 14 students. So if you think about it, from December, it was 14 to now, today, we have 10.
Right, but I'm asking, you started at the beginning of the year with 40 students with IEPs, right? But now we're at 10. So there's 30 students with IEPs that left MBLI from sometime between the beginning of the school year and now. Is that more or less? I know you said approximately 40.
I don't understand what you're asking. So
I'm asking if I'm understanding what you're presenting correctly, right?
So from a math perspective, yes, we started with 40 students. Right now, we have 10 special education students.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Natalie. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm willing to wait my turn.
It's okay, you go. I'll go last.
Thank you. I also have some questions about students receiving special education services. And looking through this and what we have before us, I guess I'm wondering what processes you're utilizing to identify students as needing special education services.
So we go through the processes of observation, monitoring, evaluation, normally outlined as part of a COMAR and IDEA. We follow those processes, and as students are identified as needing those services, we speak with families, send out the appropriate notification, have the meetings, and then establish the services.
Okay. So then I'm also seeing your use of iReady. Is iReady being utilized as your method of identifying students, that if they're not successful with tier 1, that you're pushing to a tier 2 approach?
We follow, yes, We are not using iReady in isolation. We are using iReady as one tool in a series of options in order to support students at both Tier 1, 2, and 3 instruction. And so iReady is a robust enough system to be able to do so. Currently, MCPS uses it for Tier 3, I believe, support for IEP students only. However, our provisioning allows us to be able to use it at different levels and incrementation. But this is just one tool in order to support that work.
So then I guess my follow-up question is, what additional tools are you utilizing for our special education students in particular?
So the special education staff in the school would have to speak to the specific tools that they are designing and working with and provisioning for the support based on the students' IEPs. So we're not intimately familiar with every student's IEP, but what the services are being provisioned according to the IEP, whether it's occupational therapy, behavioral therapy, whatever is provisioned or designated in their IEP, MBLI is provisioning through its external partners in terms of intervention tools. So the special education office has developed additional intervention tools and supports, are working through the one-to-one pieces to aid support. So they're doing what is required to go above and beyond in the IEP documentation to ensure that the students are being effectively supported.
Is that person here today that could come and speak to us?
No, this is occurring during the school day, so they're not available.
Okay, I think my concern is that I would like greater information on how we're identifying students and how we are meeting their needs just simply beyond iReady. And specifically, I'd like to hear more about how you're using the PREM as well.
Absolutely, and we can forward that information to you.
I guess I'm a little bit disappointed that that person's not here, since this was a lot about special education and a report on it. So,
well, unfortunately, we were not told about this meeting until end of week last week, and there was a PAR meeting that our principal had and assistant principal had to attend that occurred at the same time. So a lot of it is just based on the timing of this meeting.
Please tell your principal hello. She's a lovely human
Yeah, we think so.
Two things I would like some clarification on. When we visited, your library was not set up yet. Is it set up today?
Yeah, so when you came, it's not that the library was not set up. When Ms. Montoya came into the building in January, it was 10 days after we had moved into the building. The library books had been were boxed, so we do have our shelves are in the building. We've always had library books.
Okay, no, I'm talking about my visit with Ms. Wolf.
Right. So
in February.
So we have our things. Everything is still in the building, and things are in place. Yes.
Okay. I do want to bring something to your attention that is a little concerning to me, that we just received this 3 days ago, and this will be under your page 24 on financial stewardship. I guess this will fall under that. We received a letter stating that Safe Seats Transportation LLC, that there has been no payment has been received for the services with Safe Seats Transportation that were provided in December of 20, if I may just finish and then you can answer. Between December 8th, 2025 and December 2025, at the end of December, and then the invoice was finalized then, and those services came to be about $47,000, and the payment was due on or before January 21st, and it has incurred, I guess, late fees. So the total that the payment that they're asking for is close to $49,000, let's say. And I just wanted to ask you if that has been taken care of.
So no, it has not been taken care of. The part that Safe Seats failed to leave out, and this is the second attorney that has contacted us on this matter. Safe Seats volunteered to provide the services after the school had explained to the vendor that our financial position had changed and we were eliminating transportation. Safe Seat volunteered to help that so that it did not impose any continued constraints on the families. So we are actively sort of, I guess if you would, fighting or challenging the Safe Seats position on this matter, because we had notified Safe Seats in writing of our position financially and the need to eliminate transportation. So Safe Seats volunteered to continue to support the families, and this was news to us when it was brought out as well, and we are hoping to speak with their new lawyer about this matter.
Okay, so just so I understand, your understanding was the Safe Seats was going to provide this service for free.
Well, to be clear, they didn't discuss terms with us. We sent them a notification in writing of the need to discontinue transportation services because of our financial position. Safe Seats then worked with a member of our staff to continue the services to support the school. We did not have any engagement around the payment, around non-payment. There was no actual engagement with them about them, other that they would continue it because they wanted to support the school.
Okay, okay. I get what you're saying. It just is not making sense to me. So they are bringing a lawsuit, and I think they're going to be filing a lawsuit in circuit court for $48,000 and change.
Well, we contacted the lawyer. They have not filed a lawsuit, so that they mentioned that, but we've contacted the lawyer and are hoping to be in mediation with them on that matter. The lawsuit has not been filed. That was a letter indicating the concern about the payment.
And I assume there is somewhere a contract with Safe Seats between you and them originally.
Yes.
And then some kind of agreement in writing that they were going to provide this at no cost.
No.
Oh,
Sorry. What was provided in writing was the notification that we needed to end.
Oh, your notification.
Yes.
Okay.
The notification to them, as according to our contract, that we needed to end our transportation because of the school's changing financial position. So that is what we have in writing.
And they still went ahead and provided service.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Rivera.
Yes, Ms. Yang.
To piggyback on Ms. Rivera-Owens' question, I'm trying to understand. I understand you wrote them a letter saying that you have a financial hardship. Was termination mentioned, a date of termination mentioned?
The date that we notified them. Our cancellation of the services for transportation was effective the date that we notified them of the change in our financial position.
Which was when?
I don't have that in front of me, but it was in November. It was in November, right around the time that we were notified about the change with the district. So it was in November prior to the December period.
Okay, and that's in accordance with the contract you have with them.
There's a stipulation that we can cancel it subject to available funding.
I understand. I just wanted to tell you that the dates they're disputing is before November, which is September, October, and I guess into November.
Well, that's not true, ma'am.
I'm just saying that's what the letter
right, that's
says.
not true.
Ms. Silvestre?
Thank you. I think what I'm trying to understand, and if you could show me if it's in your presentation or maybe you can get it later, is the revocation was with the exception that you could cure certain deficiencies by March 30th. Was that correct? And so could you just tell me again, if I missed it in your presentation, I looked through the slides, just where do you think you were able to cure and where you were not, and were you able to meet the opportunity to cure the problems?
Yes, ma'am. So according to what was presented to us, we effectively addressed everything that we articulated in our corrective action plan. Students were never never being denied services. We were never in a position where we were not providing services. All of this has emanated from concerns around documentation. So we have been working since that time to strengthen the documentation. We have been meeting with MCPS, taking into account their feedback. We have been requesting templates. We've been requesting exemplars. And absent receipt of that information, we started creating our own information so that staff had a way to address what was being brought up by MCPS. But we have never denied students services. There are no violations against MBLI for having done so. What this is emanating from, again, is from the documentation. And we are working with the staff to ensure that the documentation is shored up and that it is truly reflective of the work that is occurring. We have occupational specialists, speech pathologists, the school psychologists, challenges, the professionals are coming and doing the work. The resource teacher, our special education teacher, they are doing the work to support our special education students. And we have always been doing the work of providing the services. What we have been working to do is strengthening our documentation. This has been unfairly categorized as non-compliance of services when that is not the case. We have always provided services to our students, all of our students, including our special education students. And the continued assertion that we're not doing that is unfair to the professionals, the men and women that work in that building every day to support our students.
Thank you. And where can I see evidence of your ability to provide that documentation in order to meet the
We've been providing that information since January. We've given our reports. We've shared the information that we've done. We've given you updated documentation. Student information has been redacted, but the information has been provided for several months.
Is that on board docs? Did I miss that, Mr. Lockman?
So the information that the board has received is included in the board materials today on board docs for information that, and that would just include whatever information has been received from NBLI or from administration.
Okay.
To this point, some of which has been received since the board's vote in February.
Okay, I did review that, and I'll review it again. It just wasn't very clear to me how you had met the conditions of the resolution, things that had to be completed by March 30th.
Well, our corrective action plan articulated the steps that we were going to complete. We also included correspondence from MCPS wherein we shared that we were satisfactorily addressing the matters. So we provided our corrective action plan. We've provided correspondence from the school. We've provided what we were. Let me back up. There has never been a framework around what was supposed to be provided, right? There were allegations that were made. There was nothing specific that was documented nor articulated to us as what we were to provide. So we have been attempting to address that through what we thought was appropriate. So we have notifications from our principal that is explaining it, that goes back to the special education office. We have correspondence that we've sent to the board articulating our efforts. So we have been trying to make regular communications on our efforts in these areas. Special education office has been coming to the building, albeit, based on their determination, and are witnessing in real time what we are actively attempting to do in the school. So I'm not sure what it means that you're not receiving it, because we sent almost 400 pages in January of information that should have contained the information from the school and the special education memos and those things. So I'm not 100% certain on what you don't have, because we can't control that once we send it to the board at large or to MCPS. But we've been turning in hundreds of pages to support that we've been doing the work. We are not in a position where families are complaining about our failure to provide services. This is emanating from MCPS's review of the records that were being maintained before we received the students at MBLI.
Okay, so again, Mr. Lockman, I think that we'll need, I'm struggling with how do I review those 400 pages of documentation and make the determination by next board meeting that you have cured the issues or you have not cured the issues. So I will review the 400 pages again, but that's my struggle, is I need to be able to confidently say yes or no or maybe or on the way, almost there. So I will take another look and do my best to understand.
And if we need to provide something, we can. If you want, a crosswalk of where things are located, we can revisit that and paint the picture, based on what we have submitted. But
yeah, I guess I don't want 400 pages or more pages. I want this was the issue and this is how it was cured. Mm-hmm. Thank you,
Ms. Sylvester. Maybe we can ask our staff to come forward again and put a little light into that.
Again, I would just love to see what was the issue and has it been addressed or not in a concise and easy to understand manner.
Ms. Langston, it might be helpful to clarify the process of IEP reviews when coming to a new school and the timeline for when that's required.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. When a school receives a student with an IEP, they have 10 days, within the first 10 days, to review it to ensure that they have the appropriate goals and strategies that are needed for the student to be successful in their school, regardless of the annual review date.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So it doesn't matter when an annual review is. When you are new to a school, that school has to do a review of an IEP of that child within a period of 10 days.
That is correct, so they'll know how to service them in their classes.
And the reason we do that is why?
So that we'll know how to service them in their classes, what instructional needs they have, what goals they have, so that we can appropriately support them. And it's not just the teacher, it's also any of the related services, so they'll know what services to actually provide.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, any more clarification? We appreciate it. We look forward to bringing us light into the 400 pages. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here today. We wish you
Thank you.
Safe travels to you. And say hi to your principal for us. Okay, the board appreciates the information received from administration and the charter school leadership during today's presentation. The board is scheduled to take action on the superintendent's recommendation at the April 30th business meeting. So thank you, everyone. All right, let's move on to item 8.2. Policy GCC background screening of MCPS employees, candidates for MCPS employment, contractors, and volunteers. This next item on the agenda is a review of public comments for policy GCC. I would turn it over to Vice President Wolf as Chair of the Policy Management Committee.
Thank you, President Rivera-Oven. Today we will receive a presentation on policy GCC, background screening of MCPS employees, candidates for MCPS employment, contractors, and volunteers. This is a new policy that establishes requirements for fingerprinting and other manners of background check for current and prospective employees, as well as individuals who will otherwise work in schools or on school grounds. While these reviews and checks were already occurring, we did not previously have a policy setting forth guiding principles for this work. So on January the 8th, the board took tentative action on this policy so that it could be sent out for public comment. Public comments were received and reviewed by Policy Management Committee at its meeting on February 26. Today, those comments will be presented to the full board with the intention of taking final action on this policy on April 30th. With that, I will turn it over to the staff to walk us through the new policy and the public comments.
Madam Chair of the committee and Madam President, I think that there's an error on the title slide that needs to be corrected immediately.
No longer active.
The board took action today, making one of the titles of the presenters inaccurate. I apologize.
Okay.
She's director.
We'll strive to do better in the future, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Good. My name is Leslie Turner Percival, Legal Director in the Division of Legal Services, and with me at the table is Dr. Renee McCall, Chief of the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management. So today we are before the full board to review updates to policy GCC in response to public comments received. And I'll turn it over to Dr. McCall to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Leslie, and good afternoon, board. This slide here summarizes the number of respondents to our GCC policy. As you can see, 135 people responded to the feedback survey related to this particular policy, and the breakdown can be seen on the left. The Three themes emerged from this data: barriers and costs associated with volunteering, frequency of re-fingerprinting and training related to child abuse and neglect compliance. Those are the three there. Feedback from respondents highlighted fingerprinting costs of $62.50 that could be presented as a financial hardship for some parents and caregivers, inadvertently preventing some families from volunteering and engaging in their child's school activities. To provide some context, this slide shows the framework presented to the board back in September. It details our safety requirements for volunteers based on the level of access to our students. The first column requires no required compliance measures, while the middle column details volunteer activities that require the child abuse and neglect training. And the final column on the right shows requirements that are needed for volunteers, specifically with unsupervised access to students. This is where the fingerprinting costs come into play, and where our hardship exceptions come into play, again, to remove barriers for parent engagement. The safety of our students is our top priority, of course, and we ensure that volunteers who have unsupervised access to our students are indeed background screened. But the cost of fingerprinting shouldn't be a barrier to family engagement or participation. We reduced fees for volunteers involved with the outdoor education, and we want to emphasize that on a case-by-case basis, hardship reviews are actually available to ensure that every parent has the opportunity to be involved in their child's educational experience. Individuals may request financial assistance to cover the cost of fingerprinting by completing a designated MCPS form, and that form can be found on our website. Requests may be based on financial needs, such as a child attending a Title I school. Individuals must certify that the request is based on need and intended to support their ability to volunteer. This form has been added to our background screening page under the volunteer section and is in the process of being added to our volunteer page under the resources and forms section. We are in the process of working on finalizing the language to be added to the GCC regulation. Respondents also lifted up the concern about the frequency of re-fingerprinting. To clarify, the fingerprinting process is one and done, since staff are enrolled into the RATBAC program that provides continuous monitoring and notification if a staff member's background status changes, such as an arrest or a charge or a conviction. Because we have this continuing monitoring in place, staff are not required to be re-fingerprinted. We also want to note that we would be alerted through CJIS, which is the Criminal Justice Information System, if one of our employees were arrested. Once that person is fingerprinted and processed, their fingerprints would be in the RATBAC system, and as such, we would be notified through CJIS. And we monitor that system on a daily basis. Lastly, we want to ensure clarity on the role of the volunteer. Regardless of the screening level, all volunteers are mandated reporters. If a volunteer suspects neglect or abuse, the process is clearly outlined in MCPS regulation JHCRA. They should report to CPS and notify the school principal. Our child abuse and neglect training, or CAN training, provides our volunteers with the knowledge they need to uphold this very important responsibility. Briefly, this timeline shows that we are in step 4 of a 5-step process for policy development, and the official adoption of the amended policy is scheduled to occur later on this month. And then finally, this summary slide just identifies our key takeaways. The primary feedback we received centered around the cost of fingerprinting, and our strategy is to encourage family engagement by offering that case-by-case exception that we outlined earlier.
Also, our current regulations already manage the frequency of background checks, and so no substantive changes have been made to the draft policy since they are already addressed in terms of re-fingerprinting frequency and CAN training. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you. I have just one question, and that is with regard to the public comment on costs. I think I asked this before, and I'm looking at this document. I have it listed as attachment B. No, attachment B. And it says response to public comments. And it says existing language in the draft states. But I think I asked this question before. That doesn't tell anybody that there is an opportunity to get some of this cost covered by us. Where is that in the policy? Because I raised that before.
Yep.
And I think it's important that the notice be in the policy that we have that.
Thank you, Ms.
Mine actually goes towards that as well.
Mine
Is
too.
it okay?
But you can go first.
Okay. I'm really concerned about that because I'll just say, as a parent, we don't make things as clear as folks need us to be, and I have had parents think that they can't volunteer or come to the Valentine's party or whatever because they haven't had a fingerprinting. And so I also get concerned when I hear things like, well, for example, if they have a child at a Title I school, which of course, so those are like the obvious, right, places where we might think, okay, folks might need a reduction in cost. But even a school that has a single-digit number farms percentage still has families that are going to need support. And if we look at things as like kind of the school factors versus that actual family, then we actually might further ostracize them from the community that they're in. So it's really important to me that we're very explicitly clear that if you think you can't afford it, please come talk to us. And this is very clearly how you do it. So that I don't want any parent to ever feel like they can't be a part of the community in that way, because, $60 is quite a bit at one time.
I appreciate that feedback. Absolutely, we can do a better job at being clearer around our language. And in fact, we are in the process of finalizing that language to go into the regulation, because the regulation is that's the way we operationalize how we're going to deliver that support. And so it's not only for families who have students in Title I schools. We look at all situations, and so certainly we can do a better job outlining that, but it is on the background screening page right now under volunteer section. It will also be on the volunteer resource page section, and I believe that Leslie wanted to add a little bit more around the process related to that.
Right, but I just want to be clear, like saying something like, there are exceptions for, no, if you think you can't afford this, please email this. Right? Just very clear, because sometimes our language, and I'm a lawyer, so I get it, right? We have to be very precise and very, nuanced. But it also becomes very convoluted.
I agree with that. Okay, we will definitely clarify that. And one other thing.
I want it in the policy, not just the regulation.
Okay, I'll have Leslie speak to that. But there's one other thing I wanted to mention. Not all volunteers require fingerprinting, right? I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
We understood that.
Okay, thank you.
I think we understand that. I think the issue for a few of us up here is you don't know what you don't know. And we have 155,000 students in our school system. We're not a small school system. So you will have schools that are 80% farms, and you might have schools that are 10% farms. But when you're a farm student, whether you're in a school that is 10% or in a school that's 80%, if the information is not there, it's irrelevant. So I think at least for some of us up here, having that being part of the policy is really, really important for various reasons. One, this is a lot about equity. And we say so many things, we're about equity and access and welcoming. Well, then let's put in our policies to be able to reflect that we do what we say. Two, we have a lot of new principals, we have a lot of new staff, we have new students, right? So sometimes when you move to a new place or you refer to the policies. What are the policies, right? Because you have guidelines. Well, sometimes we all know that guidelines can be followed by some, and by some can be ignored. But a policy has a little more teeth, at least for me. So if we can hear what you're thinking about that, and maybe there's reasons why you don't want to put it in there. But that would be really helpful for us to be able to digest this a little bit better.
Okay, do any other board members have any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any additional comments or questions. This concludes the president.
You wanted to answer, I think?
Oh.
I just wanted to share some thoughts around adding language directly to the policy. We hear your concerns loud and clear. And I think where we reference board policy ABC within GCC, I'm thinking something along the lines of including hardship considerations such as reduction in fees for volunteers, requiring background screening and fingerprinting, which is very targeted to make sure that the community is aware that MCPS would consider hardship.
Thank you. I think that's very important. I also think it's important, and this is for Thomas, that it be on the front page of every website at every school.
Yeah, I think that's a critical miss that we're not opening our doors to the possibility of volunteerism and how to do it easily and how we can support that. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Laura?
Just one more bit to put on there is which activities you actually need it, because I do believe some are getting the background check when they don't even need to. So that would also be good clarification.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So if there are no additional comments or questions, this concludes the presentation. On April 30th, the Policy Management Committee will recommend that the board proceed with final approval of this policy at its meeting. With that, I'll turn it back to President Rivera-Oven.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wolf. Let's move on now to item 8.3. This will be fiscal year 2027 proposed meal prices. This is a discussion with the proposed meal prices, so I'm going to give it back to Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just as a reminder, there is no vote on this topic scheduled for today because this is a work session, but we are introducing this topic for the board's consideration. The Department of Food and Nutrition Services operates an enterprise fund. They do not utilize funds from Montgomery County Public Schools operating budget. They are effectively self-contained within their budget. The last meal price increase was in the fiscal year 2015, and it was an increase of 5 cents to lunch only and not to the breakfast cost. During the past 12 fiscal years since this increase, as I'm sure you all have experienced at home, food costs have increased, although you may not have experienced this part at home. Labor costs have increased as well significantly, and keeping the cost low has come at a consequence of food quality and service, especially given that this is an enterprise fund. To ensure that the Department of Food and Nutrition Services continues to operate as an enterprise fund without supplemental resources from the operating budget, which we don't have, and to continue to provide quality meals, which is a top concern of many of our students that they communicate on a regular basis to us. A meal price increase is necessary. To discuss and to introduce this meal price increase proposal is Ms. Liz Leach, the Director of Food and Nutrition Services, and she'll share an overview with our recommendation.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. My name is Liz Leach. I'm the Director of Food and Nutrition Services here with MCPS, and I'll be sharing our meal price recommendation. Thank you. The Department of Food and Nutrition Services, as we call DFNS, provides over 18 million meals to our MCPS students annually. That's comprised of a little over 6 million breakfasts, 12 million lunches. We also provide after-school snacks and suppers, and we don't stop when the school year ends. We provide meals all summer long as well. As discussed, we operate as an enterprise fund, meaning our revenues have to match our expenses. We don't pull any dollars or funds from the MCPS operating budget. Over the past few fiscal years, we have been operating at a loss. Our expenses have outweighed our revenues, and the way we've been able to do this is we had a surplus of funding that was provided during the pandemic, but that surplus is soon to be exhausted. The last meal price increase was in 2015, which is a 5-cent increase to lunch only. The breakfast meal price has not changed in longer than that, so longer than 12 fiscal years, and MCPS maintains one of the lowest meal prices in all surrounding large comparable districts. Before we get into the details of costs and prices, I want to reiterate our commitment to students. And I want to share that the meal prices we'll be talking about do not impact any students who receive free meals. And I'm very specifically mentioning any student who receive free meals because that goes above and beyond any student that qualifies for free meals. So if we look at our pyramid on the right-hand side of our screen here, the top 2 levels of the pyramid show students who qualify for free meals. They might qualify through an application or through direct certification, and they all receive free meals. In addition, we try to maximize every federal and state opportunity to provide free meals. So we use the community eligibility provision, known as CEP, to provide free meals to every enrolled student at 60 schools. And when you combine those first 3 tiers, we're providing free meals to over 72,000 MCPS students. In addition to that, we use a state-level program to provide free breakfast to every enrolled student at 116 schools. And we'll continue to look at this multi-layered approach every year and maximize how we can provide free meals to as many students as possible. So when we talk about free meals, we're not talking about any of the students who receive those here. In addition to supporting families through the multi-layered approach, we want to make sure if a change is made, we know it hasn't been made in 12 years, that we do so in advance. We'd want to do that this spring, well in advance of next school year. We are recommending prices for 3 years, so we think that will provide transparency for families in what is to come, so not just giving information on 1 year, but doing so 3 years at a time. We will continue policy JPH, which says we're going to provide a meal to a student every time they come through a serving line in MCPS, regardless of their meal eligibility, regardless of if they have money in their account. They're provided the same exact meal that their peer gets. And we will continue the use of the grace period, meaning every school year, families have 30 operating days to renew an application. They can use the prior year's meal eligibility, give them kind of a window of time to submit a new application if needed. All right, so I am going to dig into the details of the costs a little bit on the next few slides. Here you can see the major expenses for DF&S. 50% of our expenses go to labor and 40% go to food. You can see over the past 10 fiscal years, our expenses have risen over $19 million annually. And that's a big impact. Our revenues have not kept pace with these expenses. I know most households don't purchase in the volume or the quantity that DF&S does, so I thought it would be helpful to relate it to something that household shoppers do see. So this is what it looks like in common items that are purchased. When we purchase eggs, our cost over the past 10 years has increased about 73%. Chicken has gone up 38%. Bread has gone up 31%. So these are examples of some things that households may see. We can also talk about labor. Back in FY15, the last time we increased our meal prices, our cafeteria workers made a little over $13 an hour, and now they're making a minimum of $20 an hour. Our cafeteria managers were making a little over $20 an hour and now make closer to $26.50. And we are glad to provide an appropriate wage in MCPS, but again, our revenues have not kept up with our expenses to meet this high labor cost. Okay, so now I get asked a lot how we pay for school meals and what goes into the cost of school meals, and I thought I would dive us deep into that. So Annually, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, sets a minimum meal price and says, this is what it costs to make a school breakfast. This is what it costs to make a school lunch. So for FY26, they have said it costs $2.46 to make a school breakfast. So at DFNS, if we receive $2.46, we can put $1.23, 50% of that towards labor. We can spend about 98 cents on food, and then we spend about 10% on supplies, equipment, and other miscellaneous items. When we serve a meal to a paying student in MCPS, we receive $1.70, meaning we have a 76-cent deficit to make up somewhere out of this budget, out of our labor or food, because again, we don't pull any dollars from the MCPS operating budget. So every meal we serve, we have to make up that difference. When we look at the same for lunch, USDA says that to make a quality school lunch, it takes about $4, at minimum, $4.71. If we were to receive that, we'd have $2.36 to spend on labor, $1.88 to spend on food, and the remaining small 10% on supplies and equipment. When we serve a meal to a paying student, we receive on average $3.26, meaning for every paid meal that we serve, we have to make up $1.45 somewhere across these cost categories of labor, food, and supplies. $3.26 is just not enough to provide a high quality meal to our students. So we come to you with a recommendation. I know this is a big chart, so I'm going to start on the left-hand side and walk us across. On the left, you see the meals that we provide and the current FY26 meal prices of $1.30 for breakfast and $2.55 and $2.80 for lunch. The next column shows the reimbursement that we get for providing that meal to a paid student, which includes a very small federal supplement as well. The third column then shows you the USDA meal reimbursement, and what they say is the minimum that it takes to provide these meals. And then it shows in red our deficit per meal. So we are about 76 cents per breakfast and between $1.36 and $1.61 for each lunch. So we need to catch up on this deficit, and we surely know we can't do it all at once, and which is why we come with a 3-year recommendation. Our recommendation is to increase meal prices in FY27 by 30 cents, increase meal prices in FY28 by 30 cents, and increase meal prices in FY29 by 35 cents, accompanied by another meal price assessment, evaluation, and recommendation for the following 3 years.
Ms. Leach, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I do want to point out that at the end of FY29, we will still not be caught up with the minimum FDA recommended value. But we do recognize the burden of affordability in our community and trying to balance that. But this is the cost of not adjusting meal prices for 15 years.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. All right, we're going to look at surrounding large comparable district meal prices. As you can see, our FY26 MCPS meal prices are lower in all categories compared to our neighbors. I'll just give you a minute to take a look at that. The next slide just gives you a clear overview of the recommendation outside of the chart. Our 30-cent meal price increase for FY27 and 28, a 35-cent increase in 29, and then every 3-year reassessment. So we don't put ourselves back into this position ever again. We want to make sure that we are evaluating routinely and consistently. Okay. With the recommendation, we think it's important to talk about risks of not changing meal prices. Since we are an enterprise fund, we would have to, of course, make sure that our revenues covered our expenses. Ways that we could go about doing that would be reducing staff in schools. And let me preface, these are not any of the things we want to do. But if we didn't have the revenue to cover our expenses, these are things we could consider. We could consider removal of breakfast programs in some schools. If we reduce staff, it would result in increased wait times for meals. Likely it would result in decreased quality of meals, which again, we don't want to do. And alternatively, we could look at alternate revenue sources.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Have we talked to the county about this? Because a 90-cent jump is pretty high over a 3-year period. Have you talked to them about the dilemma?
not about this directly, but this really is the situation that, we're confronted with, in that this is an enterprise fund.
I know that.
And with the challenges of an enterprise fund, unless we were to supplement this with our operating budget, which is not really something we've planned for, we really are in a situation where we are playing catch up on, less than consistent solvent financial practices.
Yeah, I understand we'd have to supplement. That's what I'm talking about. Because, the students that are farms are okay, but we have a lot of kids that are, the families are at the fringes. 90 cents over a 3-year period is going to be quite a bit.
Yeah, I acknowledge that, and that's why we want to continue everything we can possibly do to make sure those students, particularly in Montgomery County, we know it's a high cost of living, and not everyone will meet the federal income eligibility threshold that is set federally, not just for here. And so that's why we continue to use every one of those programs we can. So our CEP program, again, 60 schools, every enrolled student has access to free breakfast and lunch. And our Maryland Meals for Achievement program makes sure every enrolled student at 116 schools have access to free breakfast. We'll continue evaluating and work towards increasing those every single year. We've been able to increase over the past many years. In addition, we do know that no student will ever be denied a meal, right? We have that policy in place. We work, as many of us did this past Saturday, to raise funds to support Dine with Dignity, to make sure that we can fundraise for those. But students will continue to receive a meal no matter what.
So, Elizabeth, I
Get the full name treatment.
I appreciate.
My mother does that too, I get it.
Elizabeth, I appreciate the work that you did, the time you put in and everything. But I have to tell you, raising meal prices at one of the worst times of our economy on the people that I, with my other hat, have to provide food for, who people would be surprised, because these are now middle-class families, okay? Yeah. And I hear about the farms, but let me tell you, there's a lot of people who are not applying for farms for fear reasons. So you have a lot of other factors. I cannot personally, in a good conscience, stand here today and tell you that I can support this because of what I see daily, not just with my organization, but with my other, colleagues who do this every single day. And I have to tell you, we're feeding more families today than we did during COVID. Because as a person who does the shopping at my home, and many of the ladies up here and gentlemen as well, not leaving anybody out, the prices of food are ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So I understand the position we are in as a system. And I'm really, really disappointed on my previous colleagues who did not do this periodically increasing. So this was another thing, kicking the can down the road, we'll deal with it later.
Yes.
But the later that is today is not a good later, people. It's a bad timing later.
Such a great way to say it.
Okay? And unfortunately, I think, what column was it? You had a column there that was.
I had a lot of columns.
Well,
Let me take you back.
Yes, I'm sorry to my folks in the back, but need to identify alternative revenue source. Yep. So here's the thing. That to me, we need to become a little bit smarter and better because, for the love of God, we live in Montgomery County, one of the wealthiest counties, right? So everybody, even in Annapolis, everybody sees us as, oh, they have what they need. I would welcome them to come just one day at my nonprofit in DeKalb County, just one day, to see the need that we see every single day. Or to my friends at Interfaith, or my friends at Wheaton, and so on. We need really to start doing some very out-of-the-box thinking about engaging with our corporations, with engaging with our Chamber of Commerce and so on. These are the children of the people that work in our school buses, that work, you know, the day-to-day things that we do. These are our neighbors. These are people we go to, you know, to churches with, that our kids play sports with, right? This is not like, oh, those, no, these are our kids. And we need to start thinking holistically. So again, I would like us to talk to our colleagues at the council. We do have, you know, one of the very few food insecurity programs in the state that is run by an incredible human, right? And I just really think, but to raise prices, I know where we're trying, but to raise prices on food and to send that message holistically as a board, I'm having a really hard time with.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart.
So I'm just curious, how did you come up with this particular raise in prices? You know, obviously it's not exactly by percentage because they're all by the same amount on all three categories. So I'm just curious how you came to this number.
Sure. I mean, you can see from the chart that if we're working towards getting us to what the USDA recommends as the minimum dollar amount, it would take a long time. And we also know that this would be a burden on families, and so we can't do too large a jump at one time. So we considered other options and said, you know, something larger than this could be really challenging, and so to do a paced approach that is transparent, that is communicated in advance, is the best approach to get us towards where we need to be without doing too large of a jump at one time.
So being that this is for the next 3 years, going up a pretty large percent each year, I do kind of have a problem with the percentage that we're increasing over the 3 years. And because we're making this decision, are we making this decision for future budgets? Like how strong is this 3 year? If we say we want this for the 3 years, are we obligating future boards?
Yeah, so really quick, you actually should set your rate annually. And it should be part of your normal practice to set your rate annually. And, you know, I think the percentage looks steep, but even over 3 years, you're still not meeting the USDA level. You still have another 3 years of steep increases to go. And this is like all the more reason to include inflationary values in your calculations that you budget for annually. This is not from a lack of DFNS communicating the gap that continues to grow, the benefit that we've enjoyed. And this is also not from a lack of students communicating their issues with food quality and some other things. The benefit that we have been able to leverage in MCPS is similar to the benefit in other school districts. And if we could go to the comparison chart really quick. Thank you. Is that we have been able to leverage ESSER funds to offset some of this expense from pandemic relief. And even compared to our peers, we are the lowest, and our peers are also low. So rest assured that our peers are having this exact same conversation. I think Fairfax went up 50 cents this year, if I'm not mistaken. I think it is exactly 50 cents or 55 cents this year. 50 cents this year, because they are having the same shortfall conversations that we're having. Because, and if we could go back to the consequence slide, because we're in a situation, yes, the alternate revenue source is the ideal. That would be the ideal, is to supplement so that we could keep costs low. However, if we are unable to secure that revenue in advance of starting the school year, these other four things really are the other choices that we have to make. And we do, because this will change the operational model of like what food we order, because we would have to lower the quality of the food choices that we would make, choose to limit our breakfast service or eliminate our breakfast service, which I don't think anyone wants to do, or change our staffing dilemma. So it is choosing which hardship we want to endure, because if we want to save our students, we also have staff considerations as well and service quality issues to consider as well. So at the end of the day, like, it does need to balance, and we're just out of money to supplement that balance.
So I guess my input is I understand that we would need, like you said, it would be nice if we could identify alternative revenue source, right? We are up against a short timeline for next year. So I don't know if I'm comfortable approving something at this escalating costs over all 3 years. So that is just my input. I might feel more comfortable to do it for next year and then work on some of these other methods. I would like to see the identifying alternate revenue source from partners. So anyway, I would like to leave that option open, and also just look at the rate that we're going up. I would like to, just kind of not pause, but kind of just look back and see, okay, what's a good amount that would help us, but not feel so punitive to parents that are on edge.
Thanks, Stuart. Ms. Sylvester.
Yeah, just if we could back up a little bit. Why is this an enterprise fund? Who says that it has to be an enterprise fund?
It doesn't have to be an enterprise fund. The District of Columbia does not operate as an enterprise fund, and they put millions of dollars of DC.
Oh, DC Public Schools.
Yeah, and they put millions of dollars from their operating budget into the program. I think historically in MCPS, this has been an enterprise fund. There are pros and cons and things, challenges and opportunities for sure, but currently we do operate as an enterprise fund.
Okay. And whatever we're not able to cover as a part of enterprise fund, we do add to our operating budget. Is that correct? No.
There is nothing that comes out of the operating budget, the MCPS operating budget.
So that is the meal debt then?
It is the meal debt, but it is also, we have to adjust staffing levels. We have to adjust food quality levels. I mean, we have to balance the books. So there's a constant financial monitoring that goes on throughout the year in terms of what staffing we add, what staffing we reduce, what food we order to fulfill kitchens and which ones we don't. So the analytics behind making sure that each cafeteria is staffed with the right amount of food for each meal becomes absolutely critical to reduce food waste so that they can stay within budget.
It has worked so far because we've been using ESSER funds. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, actually, during the pandemic, we were provided with 3 different funding sources. So we were temporarily provided an increased meal rate. So the meal rates I showed you, $4.71, those were increased for a couple years during the pandemic. So we had increased rates. In addition, if you remember, we had about 2.5 years where everyone was served free meals. Every meal was served for free. So the rate at which we were serving meals was higher, and we were getting a higher reimbursement for them. And then on top of that, we were provided supply chain assistance grants. So lumps of money to say, hey, the supply chain is really challenged right now. Here are lump sum funds to support you through that. So we had multiple different revenue streams that were supporting that, and probably enabled us not to change the meal price for as long as we did, for better or worse. But those funds are going to be exhausted, and without an additional revenue source, these are the real risks that are in front of us.
But couldn't you have a line item for school meals in the budget?
Is it possible?
But that would expand our operating budget, or we would have to make reductions, and right now the hole is 19 million.
Yeah. How much is, when people say free meals for all kids in MCPS, what are we talking about?
We did a presentation to council about 2 years ago, I think, and we said it would cost an additional $26 million. And we've worked with our state legislation, and there was a bill that went through this year to try to expand CEP It did not move forward, unfortunately. I know there's been multiple iterations of bills since the pandemic to have universal free meals in Maryland, and we will continue. So when we're talking about identifying an alternate revenue source, those are the big ones. Those are the ways we really get to free meals, is advocating along with the rest of the state towards increasing CEP, universal
CEP
free
stands
meals.
for?
The community eligibility provision, which is a federal provision that allows us to provide free meals to all enrolled at a school without
just-
students having to individually be eligible. I think so.
Okay, let's put that on our legislative priorities for next year.
Yeah, both increasing. Both increasing CEP. There was a legislation that said that Maryland would fund some of the difference between what the federal reimbursement provides, and that's an option, and then universal free meals as well. Those are two great options, but have not moved legislatively, and
Because somebody has to pay.
yeah.
And just finally, my last comment, extremely against decreasing the quality of our meals. No
Thank
way,
you. We
no
are too.
how. They need to be increased. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. First, I just want to say how happy I am to serve on a board with colleagues that care so much about making sure that our kids eat. Because unfortunately, not all government entities operate in that way. So I'm really grateful for all of you. I'm having a really hard time with this because I absolutely understand like the actuarial exercise that had to be done here, right? I'm looking at the breakdown. We're in the red. It's red for a reason, that deficit. And I say this with all the respect to everyone who works in food services, because I know you all work really hard with what you have. I'm already concerned about the quality of the food in some of the spaces, especially for our elementary school kids, right? Like craisins every day is not a fruit, in my opinion, right? So I'm already really concerned about that, but I know that a lot of that has to do with the costs and restraints. So again, no dismissing of our hardworking staff there. And so then I just get really frustrated and torn about, well, like, of course I don't want these things to happen. Of course, I actually want the quality to be better. It would help me as a parent if my kids would eat the school lunch, because that's one less thing I got to do. But I also know I say that from a position of privilege. My family is privileged to be able to afford to pay for these meals, even if they were increased, right? Where there are places where we would have to decrease, sure, but we can make it work. But I know so many families who cannot, and they may not, maybe they do qualify for free and reduced meals, but they might not apply for certain reasons, or maybe they don't qualify because, quite frankly, those numbers are so ridiculously low to be able to qualify. And there's so many people in Montgomery County who are working or who are two-parent households, et cetera, who might need support in food, but they still wouldn't qualify, right? And so I do get really concerned about raising prices at a time where everything is so expensive. And while prices have come down a smidge, like I always look at the box of cereal or things like that, it's still not great, right? And our utilities are going up, et cetera. So I'm not honestly really sure exactly what I think yet, but I am feeling very torn about it because I absolutely understand, the economics of it all. But for families, there's another level of economics. So I would really like us to, if we can by the next meeting perhaps, and without like details, I'm not saying you have to go meet with folks or whatever, but if we could just have like a short list of what are some potential alternative revenue sources to look into, right? What are other states and districts doing? Because maybe there's some movement and action on our end with our fellow elected officials at various levels of the government and conversations to be had. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, with that, I don't think we're not voting on it. It was just discussion. But I like Ms. Stewart's feedback. I like Ms. Montoya's feedback. I think we need to be proactive about it. I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, we had a long time, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes recess. 5 minutos. 5 minutes. 5. Okay. Be back here in 5.
Hold everybody to that.
Okay.
By the time you get back to something.
So we're going to go into a short recess. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Next on our agenda is item 10.1. This is the topic of safety and security update. Dr. Taylor?
First things first, I'd like to congratulate the board on a 5-minute recess that was actually close to 5-minute recess. That's a first for us. That was good job, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Safety is a top priority in Montgomery County Public Schools. We want every student to arrive at school safely, spend the day with us in a positive, safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning environment, and then return home just as safely at the end of the day as they arrived. This year alone, we've had far too many unwelcome reminders that achieving this goal of safety requires constant vigilance and attention to continuous improvement. At this time, much of our work is focused on strengthening consistency across schools, improving how we prepare for and respond to incidents, and evaluating the next steps to improve our preparedness. Today, we will provide updates across 3 aspects of safety, including school-based safety measures, transportation and pedestrian safety, and restorative approaches, as well as the Student Code of Conduct. In these presentations, you will hear some of the early results from a recent survey that we conducted to receive feedback on multiple initiatives that we implemented this past school year. As the survey has just closed, we will share fuller data review and analysis with the board as we examine those results at a later date, as well as to continue to provide opportunities for feedback and dialogue with our staff, our students, and family communities. I'll now turn things over to Mr. Marcus Jones, Dr. Peter Moran, and Mr. Lewis, Michael Lewis, to walk us through the details of this work.
Good afternoon, President Rivera-Oven and members of the board. This year, our work has focused on strengthening consistency across all schools in how we prepare for incidents, how we respond in the moment, and how we recover afterward. We have prioritized building strong systems, setting clear expectations, and giving staff practical tools they can actually use. We have also focused on making sure those expectations look the same across all schools. Together, we will share an overview of the progress made this year. We will also walk through what our data is showing and where we are focusing next. Next slide, please. Our work is directly aligned to the district's priority of maintaining safe, supportive, and well-managed learning environments. This year, we focused on building consistency across schools through system-wide training. We also required monthly emergency team meetings, so schools are practicing regularly. In addition, we strengthened coordination with first responders. We are measuring progress through full completion of staff training and emergency plans. We are also looking at drill completion and improvements in how our technology systems are functioning. Another key measure is our ongoing review of serious incident trends so we can adjust supports where needed. As a result, we are seeing stronger readiness across schools. We are also seeing more consistency in how schools respond. Next slide, please. This year, we implemented the standard response protocol district-wide, so all schools are using the same language and actions. We completed safety audits at every school level to better understand what is working and where support is needed. Staff training was expanded. This included beginning of the year training on emergency response, as well as spring refreshers for staff, security teams, and emergency teams. We also continued upgrading safety technology and addressing maintenance needs across schools. Throughout the year, we have partnered with the state's attorney's office to offer 2 types of student safety assemblies to all secondary schools: Speak Up, Save a Life, and Working Together to Keep Schools Safe and Gun-Free. Looking at the data, drug-related incidents remain the largest category. Physical altercations have decreased over time. Weapons-related incidents have remained relatively consistent, and other categories have not shown significant change. Moving forward, we are focusing on strengthening reunification planning, and we will also continue staff training and expand opportunities for that practice. We are also launching digital mapping and continuing to expand detection tools across our schools. Next slide, please. Safety audits gave us a consistent way to understand how safety is implemented at each school. These included walkthroughs with principals and security staff so we could see practices in real time. We were able to identify what is working well and where additional support is needed. High schools were completed last year, middle schools were completed in the fall, and elementary schools are being completed this spring. Across schools, we are seeing common themes. Access control is not always implemented consistently. Some schools have gaps in supervisions at key times. Emergency preparedness is another area where we are continuing to build consistency. These findings are helping us make more informed decisions around staffing, training, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. In addition to looking at overall incident trends, we also monitor situations where law enforcement is involved in school-based incidents. The data shared here is provided by the Montgomery County Police Department. As of March 21st of 26, there were 16 physical student arrests and 70 referrals through the Department of Juvenile Services, with 3 physical arrests attributed to 1 student on 3 different occasions. A physical arrest means a student was taken into police custody. A DJS referral, Department of Juvenile Services, means law enforcement was involved, but the student was not taken into custody, and the case is referred to the Department of Juvenile Services for disposition. When we look more closely at the physical arrests, the majority involved high school students, with a smaller number involving middle school students. This helps to provide some important context, as most law enforcement involvement does not result in custody, arrest, and incidents are still addressed through school-based responses and the student code of conduct. Reviewing this data allows us to better understand patterns of law enforcement involvement and continue monitoring trends over time. Next slide, please. This year, we continue to build out technology that supports both day-to-day safety and real-time response during incidents. Digital mapping is being finalized so that school teams and first responders have immediate access to floor plans, critical areas, and key assets. This becomes especially important during emergencies when time and clarity matter. We have continued to upgrade cameras, access controls systems, and vape detector sensors across schools. These systems are not just installed, but actively monitored and maintained to ensure they are functioning when needed. In regards to cameras, we are upgrading older camera systems and adding new cameras that meet current digital standards, improving reliability, image quality, and our ability to effectively monitor and respond to safety concerns. The Volt AI proof of concept is in its early stages, exploring how artificial intelligence can support school safety efforts by identifying and analyzing potential concerns in real time. The work is currently underway in select schools and will conclude in approximately 3 weeks, after which we will review the proof of concept to determine whether this type of technology is a good fit for MCPS moving forward. iPads were distributed to all secondary security staff and 1 administrator per school. These devices allow staff to access cameras, monitor alerts such as the vape sensors, and communicate more efficiently while moving through the building. We are also identifying doors for sensor installation to strengthen access control. This work is focused on ensuring doors are secured appropriately and that we can identify issues more quickly when they arise. Together, these tools improve visibility across campuses. They also support quicker decision-making and allow teams to respond more effectively in real time. Next slide, please. Looking at our student behavior trends over time gives us a clearer picture of where to focus our efforts. Drug-related incidents have increased and now represent that largest category. This has been a consistent area of focus in both prevention and response planning. Incidents involving fighting or physical altercations have decreased over time. This suggests that some of the work around supervision, relationship building, and early intervention is having an impact. Weapons-related incidents have remained relatively stable. While not increasing, this remains an area of concern, where we continue to monitor closely given the potential severity. These trends are reviewed alongside serious incident data and school-level reports. This allows us to adjust supports, target interventions, and align resources where they are most needed. Next slide. When we break this data down by school level, we see clear differences in both volume and type of events. High schools account for the largest number of incidents overall. This includes higher numbers related to drugs and physical altercations. Middle schools show similar patterns, but at a lower scale. This, again, helps us to identify opportunities for earlier intervention before behaviors escalate at the high school level. Elementary schools have fewer incidents overall, but still require attention to areas such as supervision, access control, and early behavioral supports. This breakdown allows us to tailor training, staffing, and supports based on the specific needs of each level, rather than taking a one-size-fits-all approach. Next slide, please. We launched a survey prior to spring break, March 12th, focused on operational changes and shifts in the districts on topics such as grading, safety, the student of conduct, and other priority topics. It was open until April the 13th. This survey was available in all language for all families, school-based staff, school-based administrators, and secondary students. We communicated the availability of the survey via MCPS Things to Know. The survey included questions that gathered feedback on the Community Engagement Officer, or CEO program. The focus was on whether the presence of a CEO contributes to students, staff, and families feeling safe and welcome at school. Across all groups, the largest share of responses was positive. When combining agree and strongly agree, that becomes the majority opinion in every group. School-based administrators showed strong confidence in the program, with nearly 45%, indicating that CEOs contribute to students feeling safe and welcome. Staff responses were also positive, with over 37% expressing agreement. It is also important to understand how the program is structured. Each school's cluster, of course, is assigned a dedicated community engagement officer through our partners with law enforcement. The role of the CEO, of course, is centered on relationship building and visibility within the school community. This focuses on proactive engagement rather than enforcement. This aligns with the expectations that are outlined in the current Memorandum of Understanding, otherwise known as the MOU. CEOs are there to support a positive schooling climate and build trust over time. Routine school discipline continues to be handled by school staff and not law enforcement. We also saw a larger percentage of respondents selecting do not know, particularly among families and staff. This points to a gap in visibility rather than a negative perception of the program. As we continue to strengthen this work, the focus will be on increasing opportunities for interaction and engagement so that members of the community understand the role and benefit of the from the presence of their CEO. Next slide, please. When we take a closer look at the CEO program's impact specifically on school safety, the data tells a different story. Across all groups, the most common response was, "do not know." This is consistent among family, staff, and even a significant portion of administrators. For families, over 60% indicated they do not know whether the program strengthens school safety. Staff responses are very similar. Even among administrators, nearly 40% selected do not know. This is an important finding. It does not point, again, to a negative perception of the program. It does highlight, instead, a gap in awareness and direct experience with the CEO's role in safety. The percentage of respondents who view the program as ineffective remains relatively low. That suggests the issue is not opposition, but limited visibility into how CEOs contribute to safety efforts. It is also important to remember how the role is designed. CEOs are focused on relationship building, prevention, and communication. Their impact on safety is often indirect and may not always be immediately visible to the broader school community. Based on this data, we cannot yet say that stakeholders clearly understand the program's impact on school safety. Moving forward, our focus is on increasing visibility and clarity around the role. This includes creating more opportunities for interaction, better communication about what CEOs do, and stronger alignment with school-based safety efforts. As that understanding grows, we will be better positioned to assess impact and strengthen the program over time. Next slide, please. This final set of data looks at overall effectiveness, specifically related to the CEO's role in building positive relationships within the school community. Across all groups, we continue to see a solid base of respondents who view the program as effective. This includes students, staff, and families. At the same time, the number of respondents who view the program as ineffective remains low. This is consistent with what we saw on the previous slides. Where there is direct experience with the CEO, the perception is generally positive or neutral. However, the largest takeaway remains the same. A significant portion of respondents continue to select do not know. This continues to be the biggest barrier in clearly demonstrating program effectiveness. It is not a lack of support, but a lack of awareness and connection to the work. This reinforced the need to increase the visibility of the CEO role across the community. It also highlights the importance of helping stakeholders better understand how this role supports school climate and safety. Moving forward, the focus will be on more intentional communication and outreach. This includes creating clearer connections between the CEO's work and the impact on students, staff, and families. As visibility and engagement increases, we expect a clear understanding of the program's value and stronger alignment across schools. Next slide, please. This data looks at what families, staff, administrators would like to see in the future when it comes to police presence in schools. One of the clearest takeaways is a desire for a more consistent presence. For both families and staff, the most common response was having an officer in the building on a full-time basis. Administrators responded a little differently. While they also value the role, the most common response was a desire for officers to visit more frequently. This likely reflects the day-to-day realities of managing a building and balancing resources. Across all groups, there's very little support for reducing police presence in schools. That option consistently ranked among the lowest responses. This tells us that the current model is generally viewed as a benefit, the interest is not in changing the program, but in strengthening it. Taken together, the data points to a need, for greater consistency and visibility. As we think about next steps, this includes looking at how we can increase presence in a way that is sustainable. It also means continuing to build strong relationships so the role remains focused on connection, trust, and support within the school community. And with that, I am going to now pass it on to Mr. Michael Lewis.
Can we actually take some questions at this time? Because that was a lot.
Sure.
Sorry, my brain at this time of the day is ready for a siesta, not really all this information. So let's do, Ms. Anuva, would you like to go first?
Yeah. All right, so first off, thank you so much for all of the work. I am curious about our data collection. I know that you said that students were encouraged and informed of this, but there's no actual set category in any of the graphs that I've seen that has to do with student input. So I'm curious about where that engagement was.
Where the communication was?
So I might just jump in for a second and say that we do want to reemphasize that this is the very first step in our engagement around this issue. And so we do fully anticipate to have follow-up engagement, which is probably a little bit closer to what you and the original board resolution that Mrs. Wolf put forward are envisioning here. But this was really, again, sort of the first step. And we wanted, since this briefing was here, we wanted to bring to you what we had. So I think some of the follow-up questions that you may have around that we'll need to come back to.
All right, okay. And my second quick question is, I know that vape detectors were briefly touched on and other different sensors. What has been the follow-up operation-wise of making sure that those are still working within schools?
Sure. So we continue to work with our vendor on some of the challenges that we've had with the vape detectors and their effectiveness. And we will continue to do that as we work through, we think, some challenges that it presents to our staff as they get false positives at times. We know that vaping is still a problem, right? So we still want to be able to address that, but we really need to look at and work through a lot of these dynamics. I have a scheduled meeting with the vendors in the coming weeks so that we can really zero down on, again, a lot of these challenges and have them come back to us with these to be able to resolve a lot of these situations as we continue to try to move it forward.
All right. I look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you. I am noticing that the CEO program seems to be more favorable among our school-based administrators than amongst families and amongst school-based staff. So my curiosity is if that is the same across all school types and clusters. Like, are we seeing that in our elementary and our secondary schools? Are we seeing that across our different locations of schools, different clusters? I'd really like to see more information across that. And then I'd also really like to hear a little bit more about why we think administrators find this more favorable.
And one thing I would provide a response to that is I believe that their administrators work more with the CEOs probably than the school staff because of generally when there's an issue, when a police officer is called to the school, they're generally dealing with the administration in resolving whatever issue that needs to be addressed. So, but it would be interesting. And again, we probably have more interactions with CEOs at our secondary schools, particularly our high schools, than we have at any other level of our schools. So, yeah, and some clusters get more attention than others, depending upon, the types of incidents that are occurring.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. I'd like us to take a look at slides 5 and 7, because that's what I'm going to ask about. Slide 5 is physical student arrest data. Slide 7 is infraction type. and I guess following slide 7 will be slide 8. So on slide 7, I mean, I can't let us have this presentation, and I know you explained one point, but without seeing that last year only one black student was arrested, and then, I'm sorry, in 24, and then so far this year, right, without even the end of the school year, we're already up to 13 black students. Now, that could encompass one student more than once, and I don't want us to get into that because of the small number. I don't want to have any identifying information. But I just, right, that's obviously whenever we see big spikes or you know, things like that, it's obviously always concerning. So I don't want to just let this go by without just mentioning that. I'm not saying anyone's doing anything wrong or asking anyone to even explain, but I do just think it's important to acknowledge that. I do have a question, though, on slide 7.
So can we touch real quick on that?
Yes.
And the only reason that we're even able to show this slide is because it's data from the police department. The numbers are lower than what we are allowed to disclose.
Okay.
So because they are so small, this actually represents 1/1000th of 1% of our students.
Okay.
And yeah, we're attentive to it. We have actually one of the smallest arrest numbers in the country, proportionally for our students and raw numbers. So we are worried, of course, anytime there's an arrest, and I would say that we had a much better year last year than we're having this year. And there's a lot of different ways to interpret that, and I think it may be worth mentioning that we are identifying and finding out about things that I think we were less attentive to in the past. And I think it's worth it for us to look at this through a lot of different lenses and to ask those tough questions that you're asking is like, oh my gosh, is this disproportionality or is this us just working with fidelity? And I think it's a little bit of both. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves when we look at this information and be attentive to that, because it's not necessarily a carryover from year over year over year per se, because the students change.
Right.
And sometimes we do have students that have multiple instances that they're reflected there. But I think it's important to put this out there because it is publicly available data. And I think it's essential that we talk about it. But in terms of our own data, we wouldn't even be able to show this because the numbers are so low.
Okay. And then on slide 7, I think, or sorry, really slide 8 is actually more illustrative, I believe, for myself at least. And I'm just going to look at the elementary school numbers, okay? Look, I'll be honest, I have a kid in middle school. I know there's things happen. We don't want any of these things to happen in middle school or high school either, but it happens, right? But in looking at the elementary school numbers, you know, yes, I expect a little bit of fighting and some different things. Trespassing could be folks that aren't even in MCPS community, of course. But I got to tell you, the drug and controlled substance numbers really,
and the weapons
were a little, well, the weapons, of course, too. But I know some of that can be, and the false alarms can be from outside, right? Help me out here. Are we connecting with DHHS? We're one of the few counties that has its own dedicated Health and Human Services. And so I'm just wondering, like, what's going on there?
You have flagged precisely the thing that we are most concerned about is that over 50% of the incidents and infractions that are happening at the elementary school are two of the most serious things that can happen in any school. And so looking at drugs and controlled substances and weapons, that is extreme. Some of the other behaviors would make a little sense when young people are having conflict and trying to resolve them. But with those two instances in particular, and I'll let Dr. Moran illuminate some of the background behind this, but for us, this has, and you can see that it grows in the secondary school, those two categories, but the fact that it even exists at the elementary level
Right,
is
and that's
really,
what was
really
so
troubling.
striking to me. Right.
Can I piggyback real fast on that? Can we see this year by year? Because we'd like to see the trend. So at elementary school, middle, and high, the year by year trend.
So, because
You
this
mean
is-
last year and the year before? Got it. Okay,
Because
hold on. I'm sorry, Ms. Young, but Ms. will have had, she has had her light
It's
on.
the same one.
Can I
Yeah, can you answer that?
Because I might be able to provide a little bit of
That would be great.
context to this too, because I shared board member Montoya when I saw this, as an educator and a dad of elementary school students. I was like, wow. So I started scrubbing the serious incident data and looking at it, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things. So majority of these, of course, are possessions. They include the when students have Tylenol or prescription medications on them. They also include data when there is drug possession on school property that might be associated with an adult. So some of these are actually adults. They're not related exactly to students. The other ones were most commonly empty vape cartridges that students bring to school and have no idea what they are. And there was actually some cases where edibles were brought to school, and that was also associated with students believing that they were candy. So I just want to bring that context because I kind of had a very visceral reaction when I saw that number.
I really
and just
feel
did
that
a lot of digging into it.
I really appreciate that clarification because I think the public is watching. So when you look at it out of the blue, you're like, I'm taking my kid out of school, right? Like, what is going on in elementary school? And so the fact that you said like Tylenol and Advil and the gummies and all that are part of that, and Dr. Jader just said that we are required by law to report it as such. So anyway, so that I'm breathing better now with that explanation.
Thank you.
Does that count also, though, for the older, for middle school and high school? Like you could have Tylenol, and that would be
Yes.
the same thing? I
That's
just want to make sure
consistent,
that
it's included in
it's
that as well.
included in that. So then how are we supposed to differentiate as policymakers, right? Because bringing Tylenol versus fentanyl are two very different things. So somebody who's here looking at policies, trying to make, you know what I mean? Like how am I supposed to do my job with that kind of information?
So one of the pending requests I have into MCPD is to provide a better breakdown of this data.
That'd be great.
To give us a snapshot, right, or a synopsis of what is the categories of the types of controlled dangerous substances that are being recovered in our schools, and you know, to the best that they can. I don't know if we to look at it if they could break it down by school level. I think that's probably more challenging. But to look at an overall number, we could probably see what the vast what those different categories will look like.
Ms. Wolf?
Oh, just a follow-up to what you just said. The police department would not be in on these kind of situations.
Well, yes, they would be, and I'm gonna suggest. So, for example, if marijuana is recovered at a school, the CEO is called to recover that marijuana.
Okay.
Now they don't do anything in response to the incident, the actual incident. But they actually do take possession of the control date for it to be destroyed. Okay. And they document that.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
But don't we document it too?
Well, we document it in our serious incidents, but I don't think there's a breakdown of categories.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. My question was on slide 5. It was mostly covered by Ms. Montoya, the increase in the number of Black students that have been arrested. And I wasn't sure whether or not those were repeats or whether they were 13 individual kids, you know.
There is, I know of one particular, I think I stated this, there's one particular student that was arrested 3 times.
I thought that's
so
what you said.
He would be counted 3 different times in this data, right.
Okay, and then Dr. Taylor said something that I just didn't understand. I wrote it down. He said the numbers are lower than what we are allowed to disclose.
So typically, we do not disclose from a global look at our 149,000 students because these numbers are so low that they could be personally identifiable.
Oh, okay, that I understand. That I knew.
And so we would typically mask this data or say, and lower than what our disclosure would be.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, on slide number 6, you said door sensors. And you said installation at all school levels. are you prioritizing schools or are you doing all schools?
Well, I'm kind of doing both. So we are doing all schools. All 211 schools will have door sensors. But we are prioritizing those schools that really need it the most, who we have already communicated with and have identified specific problems that they have, for example, with the elopers, or as just other safety concerns that they have with the misuse of unauthorized doors being opened.
Okay.
Right.
And then my last question is on slide number 10. You mentioned the program effectiveness and that some of it is that we need to grow our understanding of the program. So how do you grow your understanding? What's your plan for that?
Of the CEO program? Again, I think a lot of this still, I've been involved with this since the inception of this, the MOU. I'm amazed that 4 years after we've had this MOU in place that the same question gets often asked by even people who are in the know. And even I say this, and I think that we need to understand it because I often say to my own staff as well as even law enforcement that we often have to refer back to the MOU for people to understand really what are people allowed to do, what's permissible and what's not. And so I feel like there's still a void about, when we look at the program, so everybody does understand what are the rules of engagement, when we talk about the effectiveness of it. If you don't really understand the baseline of it, I don't know how people can really know how effective it is, yes or no. And so, as we have this cluster model, right, and I get a lot of times, well, can the police officer just stay at this school all day, as an example? And we look at it and we say, that's not we would love for the police officer to be able to stay there all day, but they have other schools that they're responsible for in that cluster. And that they need to work, we need to work with them effectively. So I think those are the things that we have to work towards in order to help everybody understand how effective it is or can be.
Was this anonymous or can you tell which schools responded? Because 40% of the school administrators not understanding the effectiveness is pretty high.
Yeah. I think overall, I think it's anonymous. Okay. That's what I was told, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have one comment and then I have a question. So my comment is related to what Ms. Wolf has said. If, I'm looking at especially the school-based administrator data, that if the leaders in our schools are still need to understand the program, that tells me that there are a lot of work to be done. In law enforcement or safety and security, I'm told that is partnership, prevention, and presence, 3 Ps that matters. So if you don't how effective a model can be if the partnership and prevention portion people don't know and not clear. So that's a comment. I'm baffled. Now, we have looked at a lot of data right now. So I am, like my colleagues, are very troubled by the data on increase of substance reporting numbers. I'm relieved to see the decrease of fights, physical alteration. But my question is about our intervention strategy. Okay, good. You show me some data. Good. So what are some strategies that we have employed that have created or result or help or bring about the decrease in physical alteration? And what are some of the strategies and intervention that we are employing now to combat the increase of drug and substance cases in our schools? maybe differentiated by levels, right? Giving an elementary school level. So having a data is helpful, but we have to go beyond that step to say, now what? Now what do we do? So if you can.
So I'll start with the fighting, and we're going to get, I think, even into more detail around that, around the code of conduct, restorative approaches. I think that we're seeing a decline in fighting because we've put a significant amount of work into creating a structure where central services was not deployed to go out to schools and support with restorative approaches or conflict resolution when it was the highest of the high. There's now more of with the cross-functional teams, you have more people in the field that are supporting and proactively doing that work as opposed to reactively doing that work. So I would attribute that to the decrease. I think there's also been schools that have sought out partnership with the Conflict Resolution Center and really worked with their students and their school counselors to mediate situations so they don't result in physical violence or fighting. And then the third I would say is that, again, we for fighting and an attack on others, we had a span in our code of conduct that went from 1 to 5. We no longer have a span of 1 to 5. I'd like to think that, elevating the level of expectations and thus consequences is a deterrent for things to happen. I think that is a component to that. And I think we're going to go a little bit more deeper into that when our folks come up to talk about restorative approaches and code of conduct. In regards to the drug abuse, we have seen an increase in that. I think one thing that, in having conversations with principals about why we've seen an increase, is a lot of that information is being disclosed by students to trusted adults at staff asking for help. So I believe we put in structures actually where we are having students disclose issues with drugs, whether it's themselves or a friend, and asking for support at the school. The support of the well-being team is a proactive and reactive measure to when we find out that a student has a drug problem. We continue to have our partnerships with organizations outside of the school to support when students have a drug problem. But I think there's been a higher level of reporting because I think our relationships, frankly, have improved over the last year and a half. And we're seeing people feel more comfortable coming forward and having conversations to ask for support and help.
So from what you are sharing, I'm understanding is our intervention method is refer it to the wellness team, and then.
So if a student is found in possession of drugs, or it reports that they have a drug abuse problem, an alcohol abuse problem, they are referred to the well-being team after receiving consequences in accordance with the code of conduct, and then they are provided with school-based supports and external supports based off of our partnerships with, Bridge to Wellness, all of the different things that we're so fortunate to have specifically in our high schools. They commonly have a social worker that is associated with that particular school that follows through and kind of tracks their case and brings it back to the wellness team each week when they meet. And then ensuring also, and we've talked a lot about this, and I think this also equates to why we've seen an increase in this number, is ensuring that they have a trusted adult in the building and that that's actually a documented intervention for those two individuals to connect on a consistent basis.
So, okay, referral, and then having a trusted adult. So what I'm hearing is, right now the system strategy is each kid individualized. We don't have a system-wide initiative or anything, but individual support for students that is experiencing this issue at the moment.
Correct, and I think when you look at a number, right, within that number, there is a spectrum in terms of intensive supports that a student might need treatment outside of the school, that you partnership with the parents to ensure that they can get residential treatment if they need it, or through, you know, our placement process to ensure that they can access it. And then there's simply, you know, students that need a consistent, you know, check-in, support, ongoing communication with their parents, while also receiving supports via the Bridge to Wellness, work with a social worker. You know, we're very fortunate to have a lot of internal resources in our schools, but we're also fortunate to have a lot of external partnerships that support with, you know, students that are abusing drugs. Many of these numbers, though, don't necessarily represent an abuse of drugs.
Yeah.
A lot of times they are a possession of drugs. There's a large number of these that also are, you know, vaping, which has been a major focus of ours in decreasing that behavior at school.
Thank you for that. What I'm looking for or would like to see in the future, because we see an outward trend, regardless what is in these category have many, I understand, but it is an upward trend that we think about prevention tactics that we can deploy as a system, and so that we don't see these numbers, right? It goes to another direction. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart. Sorry, I already asked. My original question was broken down by elementary, middle, high, and the 3 years. But I'd also like to talk about especially the elementary school level. You mentioned that it includes all these different things like Tylenol, and including bringing edibles. Actually, I think I put the edibles category in a much more serious category, in my opinion, because they could be sharing with friends, not knowing what's in these things. I mean, is that tracked? Do we track the different items that are?
Yes, we do track, and I don't want you to think at all that I was diminishing how serious of an issue that is, because we have had issues where those are distributed, students become sick. We've experienced that in the past. It is a reality, though, that you know, there's a critical component to this that is a partnership between home and school, where we have had students out of curiosity bring things to school that look like they are something that they're not. And so that's what I was trying to outline with that. But we do absolutely track what the substance is via our serious incident. It's put in that way. So, but I don't want you to think at all. I was saying, you know.
The reason I ask is because we know edibles it's in the community more and more. And so the exposure is just going to be higher. And so that's where education can come in, right? Because we can't get rid of these items out in the community. It will affect schools. So we need to be proactive about education, educating our parents. I don't know if there's any more we can do there. Just something to look into. And it would be good to see, again, some trend data on like the vapes and the edibles, along with, you know, the more typical, the way you see marijuana, but anything like that, just so we can catch these trends and be able to be proactive, I think would be a great idea. I also didn't want to let it go by about the slide 5, you know, there's some zeros on here, and I just have a hard time believing that we have 0 white or Caucasians or Asian or multiracial that don't also have infractions, you know? And so the disproportionality is definitely still an issue, in my opinion.
So I would just point out, so this is physical student arrest data, not an arrest made on paper. So that these are two different very data sets.
Okay,
So I
thank you
just wanna
for reminding me.
This is
Thank you.
literally when the police department goes physically and in person to the school to bodily remove a child and charge them in the school. So this is what I'm going to say. So this is the data that they have for that. What we don't have in this whole scenario is the juvenile criminal data, which is quite different than this data.
It's not even technically criminal, Ms. Rivera, because they're juveniles.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, infractions, whatever you call it, but it's not even close to this, right? So I think it's very important to put it in content when we're looking at what we have out of 100 and almost 55,000 students in our system versus what the police data has during the whole year, because we know that assaults happen outside school, assaults happen at metro stations, at bus stations, and neighborhoods during the weekend, in the evenings, before school. We have all that. What I don't see in this report is the overdose situation. So we had a pretty acute overdose situation in the 2023-2024, even I guess 2022-2023. I think it was actually when Ms. Yang and I joined the board, we had a very serious situation. I hear about them. I don't see them because there's no column for that. And again, as somebody who's making policy and is looking, I need to have the tools and I need to have the knowledge of what's going on so we can actually make sure that we are, one, advocating for funding to be able to do that. This is the other thing I'm going to say. Prevention and things like that cannot solely be on the shoulders of Montgomery County Public Schools. And with all the respect to my colleagues, I love you so much, but that is not the sole responsibility of MCPS. We cannot do it all. And we really need to have a very heart-to-heart talk with our colleagues on what they're doing. We're talking about residential and all these things, and I was telling Dr. Taylor that we don't have residential in Montgomery County for kids who have a drug addiction. Can we just be honest about it? We don't. A lot of our kids are sent to Baltimore and other counties to be able to get and be provided with those services if they have insurance. So there's a lot of things that we're just, brushing a little bit about when it comes to the situations. But when I see the data in page 7, and we have almost 260 drug controlled substances issues between August 2026, 25, and March of 2025, that's a huge increase. That's a 10% increase from 2025. So my question is not just MCPS, what are you doing? It's what are we doing? What are we doing as a community? What is, what are the programs that we're providing or not? And what jurisdictions, right? What is, HHS doing? There's a lot of nonprofits that are doing work in this area. So I would like us to at least maybe, and I know I have seen this in the past, where we can have this with our other partners to say, what are we doing? I know funding is tight, but we see by our data, and I'm sure the data of the police would reflect that there's a huge issue with drug substance abuse with our young people. And we're seeing it earlier on. We're seeing it in middle school. What are we doing? So I just want to say that not everything should be on the shoulders of MCPS, but it needs to be a collective approach. With that, Ms. Montoya.
Yeah, I just want to join those comments as well, as someone who has been working not successfully with our state counterparts, and not the electeds, but the agencies, to provide especially cannabis-specific education and prevention education and safety education, quite frankly, to communities in light of the market that has been established in Maryland. And I just don't see it happening to the level that I believe it needs to be. And that is a community issue that MCPS is not responsible for. As a mom of a 6th grader who just finished health, it is in our curriculum because my son came home and talked to me about it, right? So I think that we are doing the things that we can do. And in fact, I have to wonder if the reason we see elevated infraction levels is because we're paying closer attention now. Kids are getting in trouble now, right? It's not just being swept under the rug, as I know that it has been in the past. So I'm trying to look at it in that light. Not that before it wasn't as much of a problem, but just now we're paying closer attention. But I have to agree with Ms. Rivera-Oven that the school system cannot be responsible for everything. Parents, whether it's alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, Tylenol, whatever, lock it up. We have to lock those things up so that children do not have access. That is our responsibility as parents in the homes. In the school system, we can only do so much. So I really think this needs to be a community effort, and I will continue to do my part in the way that I can with the agencies, and I will be reaching out to some people when I leave here, actually, because this is absolutely long overdue, but I think that we have to control the parts that we can, and that's both in the school system with the parts that we can do with providing education through a health curriculum, providing wellness centers and trusted adults, and then as parents, we have to also do our part. Lock it up, educate your kids, talk to your kids. The question I actually have, though, is pertaining to the preliminary survey results on slides 9 through 12. I just want to know the universe. Was this just high school family surveys, or sorry, geared at high school? Was it a whole system? Because I guess what I'm wondering ultimately is, I'm an elementary and middle school parent. I don't know that I even know who the community engagement officer is assigned to my cluster, because I don't think I've ever seen them. And honestly, I don't know that I would expect to see them in my elementary or middle school. I don't know that my children know who they are. They know who their security guards are, which is great, right? So I'm just wondering if some of this don't know is from elementary and maybe middle school families, administrators, staff who are like, oh, is someone here? I don't know, because that's what I would answer.
So just to jump in on that, it was a community-wide survey. It was given out across the board, and we did work to promote it in a number of spaces, and also to work with schools around promoting completion. But so to your point, it was broad and not targeted.
Michael, let's continue with you.
Wait a minute, I just wanted to follow up since you brought it up. I just want to make sure people know that when I said we're a reflection of the community, that also means we needed to do work in the community. It's not just on schools, though we can be part of the prevention.
Noted.
But we are a reflection of the community as well.
Noted. Michael.
Good afternoon, President Rivera-Oven, members of the Board of Education and staff. I'm Michael Lewis. I'm the Deputy Chief of Transportation Services, and joining you today to share some important updates about safety in our really, really large network of student transportation here in MCPS. So just to contextualize everything, and I don't have a slide for this one, just wanted to let everyone out there know how many buses we have. We have over 1,500 buses, and of those buses, 1,204 serve routed routes every single day. We cover over 100,000 miles of roadway each school day, and we transport over 100,000 students each day, 8,000 of whom receive specialized services. My division's primary goal is that safe transportation of those students, knowing that this charge carries deep responsibility and acute accountability. I take this very seriously and personally because back in 2000, this propelled me into this amazing work. I want to acknowledge also that this has certainly been an emotional and challenging school year for us in MCPS, but also in the Division of Transportation Services, particularly after the tragic accident involving one of our students in the fall. However, it is important to note that the student transportation industry at large is one of the most highly regulated forms of transportation in the United States. There are very specific laws, regulations, and policies that govern our work, not just here in Montgomery County Public Schools, but across the nation. There are also serious consequences for violating any of these laws or regulations and requirements set forth by agencies such as the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the Maryland Department of Transportation, and the Maryland State Department of Education. Codified also in the Code of Federal Regulations, the Annotated Code of Maryland, and the Code of Maryland Regulations. Prioritizing and ensuring safety, whether it's on our buses, at bus stops, or otherwise commuting, requires great collaboration with many of the agencies that we previously mentioned, but also other MCPS offices. My division is responsible for the safe transport of students on yellow buses and the location of bus stops, but we can't do this alone. We rely heavily on other public safety partners and others within MCPS, as well as local law enforcement, to implement recommendations to bring things forward to enhance safety. While these partnerships have historically been ad hoc and teams have worked together on an informal basis for as long as I've been in MCPS, I'm excited to share that we have formalized these relationships in recognition of the need to officiate this critical work, and that requires the voices of government and school district officials alike, as well as parents and other agencies. I'll speak a little bit more about that shortly. We're all aware Montgomery County is growing and changing at a very fast pace, and my division is constantly reviewing and examining bus stop locations and uses using a variety of industry standards and COMA regulations as our guide to their placement and sometimes relocation. If conditions around a bus stop are modified, either permanently or temporarily, then our teams will identify alternative locations for student pickup and drop-off, such as the experiences many of us are having down county with the Purple Line. Greater communication from construction officials have certainly helped my team plan ahead in many of these cases, which has minimized disruption from the elementary to secondary levels for students in these communities. And in some cases, we will provide temporary bus service in our walk sheds or our non-transportable areas if there are unsafe conditions that may exist. We also work diligently with families to help establish and encourage safe walking and bicycle routes to and from school for those in the walk shed. And while these paths may not always be direct, we do our best to help families find alternative ways on foot and strongly encourage our walking school bus or a group of students and families that walk together. We have enjoyed a collaboration with Montgomery County Department of Transportation Safe Routes to School program and have co-hosted safety days, bike to school days, and walking school bus days with Zeal the Zebra. I'd like to take a moment to also highlight, if we go to the next slide, please, two great examples of some of the collaborative efforts between folks in my division and others that have yielded much safer environments and transit for students. First is Woodland Elementary School in Silver Spring. There were shared concerns elevated by the school's PTA and the Civic Association of the neighborhood, as well as members of my own team, regarding the existing neighborhood sidewalks and streets around the school when this elementary school moved back to their home site in Silver Spring. A beautiful effort led by the MCCPTA's School Construction Impact Team, or SCIT, and leadership in my division lobbied Montgomery County Department of Transportation to modify and upgrade signage, crosswalks, sidewalks, and other infrastructure that fell outside of MCPS's jurisdiction. This engagement resulted in the creation of much safer conditions for students not utilizing the yellow school bus to and from school. A more recent example at the secondary level is at our Woodward site in North Bethesda that currently houses Northwood High School. For weeks before the school moved in, my team and I were working closely with school staff, the SCIT, and our friends in facilities management to advocate for and suggest multiple traffic enhancements around the site ahead of their visit. Our police partners also had a highly visible presence to help direct traffic and ease congestion during the opening weeks of school, and this dream team was able to successfully get the State Highway Administration to install and modify traffic signals to support arrival and dismissal. This work really couldn't have been done with the help of some of our amazing friends in the MCCPTA, Ms. McCarthy, Ms. Cowan, Ms. Howe, and of course, Kina Eliassi, one of my bus operations coordinators on my team. These two examples at both the elementary and secondary levels really demonstrate the value we place in MCPS and transportation on making students having access to their buildings as safe as possible, but it also shows how many people and how many agencies this really takes. My team and I continue to appreciate and welcome the ongoing collaboration from parents and engaged school administrators and staff on these topics so that all of us can help make each campus and the journeys our students take to and from a lot safer. And next slide, please. I'd like to highlight some of our ongoing work as well as some of the pain points in the hopes that generating this discussion will yield continued and greater support from our families, communities, and those listening out there. I mentioned previously that my division frequently needs the help of others inside and outside of MCPS, a call that many of the members of the Board of Education have said very clearly today. We can't implement or approve many of the recommendations or suggestions alone, whether it be for a new crosswalk, a traffic signal change, or anything of that nature. And again, while these partnerships have been previously less formal, in the wake of the tragic accident last fall MCDOT began a transportation safety work group in collaboration with MCPS. This incredible work group brings together leadership from MCDOT, MCPS Transportation and Facilities, and the MCCPTA to improve coordination, communication with families and schools, and to be more proactive in identifying safety issues while also educating families on pedestrian and bicycle safety. In the aftermath of the accident last fall, to be more responsive to this, my division held an in-service training for all bus attendants, bus operators, and supervisors. This in-service included topics about defensive and professional driving and identification of common driving errors and the consequences if those errors became accidents. Additionally, I also enacted a change to our cycle of behind-the-wheel evaluations for our supervisors who evaluate attendants and drivers on the road. The Code of Maryland requires a behind-the-wheel evaluation to be conducted once every 2 years, and I enacted a change to make our supervisors conduct that evaluation once annually. This means our supervisors have more contact with our bus teams with greater frequency, and this involves coaching, mentoring, and identifying areas of improvement to enhance safety while riding or driving. Following any collision, our bus operators are required to attend a post-accident training. I saw this as yet another opportunity to go above and beyond the minimum requirements set forth by several regulations and ask members of our training team to enhance the rigor and frequency of our courses. Instead of boilerplate videos that we've purchased over the years, we're actually examining actual accidents and that our bus operators have been involved in and tailoring the retraining and instruction about those accidents. We hold our bus operators to a very high standard as they're classified as professional drivers, so the expectations that they successfully complete all aspects of ongoing and retraining are high as well. What people do in their own cars when they have a commercial driver's license may have implications on their ability to operate a commercial motor vehicle, myself included. Some of the pain points I've observed in my time as the leader of this division is that we did not have a dedicated member of my staff to be the point person for all of the safety issues that we've shared today. To that end, included in our superintendent's recommended operating budget for FY27, we've included a new position, a Safe Routes to School coordinator. I'm incredibly excited about this position. My vision for this role is to lead the charge of ensuring our non-transportable areas, our bus routes, bus stops, and school campuses are as safe as possible for our scholars, while liaising and connecting with all of the people who can help make that possible. Another pain point has been the number of video requests from schools regarding student behavior. The process for retrieving video, reviewing footage in real time, and summarizing the findings is laborious and time-consuming. Last year, we received 2,415 unique video requests. This year, as of today, we've received 1,975. Our IT team does an amazing job trying to be as responsive as possible, but we need help. So also included in our FY27 budget requests is a video record specialist dedicated to the Division of Transportation. My hope is that this speeds up our process to then collaborate with school administrators and educators and families on any next steps that may happen. And to wrap up, I want to share our continued need and desire for cool technology that comes with our buses. Buses are still the safest way for our students to access education, and we need a lot of them to move our students. We recently released a request for proposal for bus cameras. This includes interior, exterior, and stop arm cameras to help improve accountability for everyone. Our team is currently working with the Department of Procurement through this RFP process. In addition to cameras, our procurement of brand new buses is critical as there are many safety features that many folks may not be aware of. Our buses have onboard GPS, so my team and I can account for every asset anytime, anywhere. My friends jokingly tell me, don't put your phone out at the table, but I'm actually looking at where all of our buses are at 8, 9 o'clock at night, if I'm still awake. We also procure all of our buses with really cool technology, such as rear view backup cameras. These have been installed in cars for years, but this is relatively new for our school buses. We also now have lane assist technology, really cool, right? So our drivers get shooken when they may be deviating from their lanes. And we also now have sensors for the front of our buses to indicate decreased following distances while our professionals are driving. So So all that to say, our goal is to make transportation in whatever form as safe as possible for our students, but my team and I need help. So again, echoing the sentiments of our Board of Education members today. It really takes a village from school administrators, parents and families, and our community partners, as well as all of our government agencies to help make this happen. So I encourage those watching to remind our students that the yellow bus is a privilege to ride and that the same expectations for good behavior apply on the bus as they do in the classroom. For those walking or biking to school, look both ways. Take your headphones out and be aware of your surroundings. And parents, please supervise your kids at the bus stops. Let us know. Contact my office if there are conditions or variables or things that happen in your communities so our teams can go out and take a look and partner with you on how to make it better. We're here to support and want to make access to education safe and equitable for all. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate you and your work and your team's work. It is a big, heavy lifting with 1,500 buses under your belt every single day. So appreciate that our kiddos get to go home safe and sound. I appreciate the fact that Dr. Tatel listened to putting that position in for the Safe Routes to School coordinator. This is something that myself and many advocates have been advocating for years. I'm sorry that, it was on the heels of another tragedy, but it's happening, it's needed. And like you said, people really need to slow down and just take their time when their kids are going to school. Can you tell me where we are with the RFP for the bus cameras?
Yes, so we had a meeting with some possible vendors the other day, and right now we are about to embark on our short list for selection processes for the next steps. Our anticipated goal is to bring this to the board in May.
So this is a holistic approach of cameras, right? That are going to be inside. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, awesome. Ms. Wolf?
I just wanted to say how excited I am that buses have lane control. I really am. I mean, I love it on my car, but to hear that you have it on buses is great. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about the Safe Routes to School coordinator that the board had requested, because I've seen posts on social media that we're just hiring another bus monitor, and that is not the purpose of the position. So I wanted you to just go over that again, what we're looking for, because, safety has to be a coordinated effort. It can't just be the school system. It has to be the state, the city, because you're talking about roads that we don't control. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So as the board made their adoptions for our boundary studies and the regional program models at the last meeting, that means there's going to be a lot of changes for the service areas for all of our schools. And so that may mean shifts where students who did not ride a bus previously may now be eligible for transportation and vice versa. So we very much need somebody acutely aware of what those changes are to work with both the communities and the schools, but also, again, all of these government officials to make sure that the roadways, the walkways, and everything under the sun are ready for our students to make those transits to and from school. And so I envision this person sitting on some of the work groups that I mentioned previously and maybe starting even some new ones as we uncover other areas of interest or of concern where we need the support and the help from others.
So now that is the person that I'll go to complain that Norwood Road needs a sidewalk for the kids walking to Blake High School.
There we go.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Montoya?
The car line, pick up and drop off, right? I'm around a lot of schools at a lot of different times. I see a lot of different things going on. I hear from families. I see a lot of things that should not be happening. And it's not because school staff isn't telling them, hey guys, this is the way the car line goes. This is how drop off is. This is how pickup is. Parents, it's us, right? Folks are parking in the emergency lanes because you think it's just real quick, you're gonna drop your kid off. You don't know if an emergency vehicle is on its way to that space. So I guess I'm just wondering, not that you don't have enough on your plate, but is there a way to, we send out messages for everything. I hesitate to say some messaging, but I don't feel like there's a level of seriousness being taken by us parents. I'm talking to myself as well, right? We all need to make sure that little second does matter. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to help support our in-school staff with getting parents like myself on board with, we really got to follow these procedures, whatever your school's is, because each school's a little different.
Sure. So my first response to that would be, if your student is eligible to ride a bus, because then we're taking more cars off the road trying to get to and from our school campuses. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there's been wonderful examples, Baker Middle School, for example, in Damascus, where some members of the community were upset about the number of vehicles that were coming to pick up and drop off their students. And so what we did was brought this to our new work group to say, hey, we need police, we need MCDOT, we need facilities, and we need MCPS transportation involved to work with the school administration to say, this is what we've identified, and this collaboration is going to say, these are the recommendations that we make. Then Dr. Moran and folks under DSLI will come in and hopefully help us implement said changes to operationalize these school arrivals and dismissals much better. But I would definitely say messaging is important. I know we don't want more messaging, but it's definitely the educational piece as well. But also the presence of law enforcement in many cases is a deterrent for people not doing what they're supposed to.
Right, because I don't necessarily see the issue in terms of the school staff not putting in a process or saying this is how we do this, or sending out, I'm sure they send out messaging too and things like that. It's the adherence part, right? And I'm sorry, I just can't imagine MCPD being like, sure, Miss Montoya, I'll come sit in this elementary school parking lot. Like, I just don't see them realistically doing something like that, right? And so, and I'm not sure that that's the best use of their time and resources either, right, on a holistic view. So I guess I'm just, that to me, though, is a student safety issue because, one, again, there could be an emergency vehicle on the way for some reason and you just don't even know, right? At any given time, I drop my child off for before care at 7:30 in the morning. I don't know if a fire engine's on the way. I better pull in and park and get out of the car and walk them up, right? So I think that, again, it's not that school-based staff doesn't have a plan, or we don't know what the layout looks like to, configure one. It sometimes is literally just adherence, right? And I can see it when I drive by different schools that, like, I don't even know what your plan is, but I know it's not that.
Okay. Ms. Stewart?
I want to congratulate you on having that relationships with the community and with MCPTA to make things safer and work better for all. I think that partnerships really, they're paying off. I can see your excitement about that, so thank you. The additional safety features for our buses, I think, could be really helpful. I have some of that in my car, and it's made me feel safer, and I maybe made other people safer because, face it, we're human, right? And we all get distracted, not even knowing it, and that little reminder can really help. And also keeping that distance from the car in front of you. Is there any other sensors, like if something like a pedestrian where, might have been in a blind spot near a bus, are there any sensors out there that could warn a bus operator?
So there are certainly technology out there, and as we're working through the RFP process for the bus cameras, a part of that is inclusive of all of our internal cameras. And with that, there are technology components that are very much attuned to the AI support, where there are notifications, not just to the bus operator, but to folks monitoring cameras, or for push notifications to say, there's a potential for distracted driving here, right? Or there's something in the danger zone. So those are things we're certainly trying to explore as we're looking through the technologies that are out there.
That's really good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes the presentation. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your work. We're going to be moving to item 10.2. That's restorative approaches and student code of conduct. That's the next item on the agenda. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm actually going to forego my introductory remarks. And while folks are coming up and we're swapping out the slide decks, I just want to say we did make some significant changes to our student code of conduct this past year. We're anxious to report on those. One of the biggest changes was the mandatory addition of restorative approaches and restorative justice as part of our code of conduct response. We're delighted to be joined with a couple of principals, our professional learning team, as well as our department that supervises the Code of Conduct and Appeals, as well as Dr. Moran. So I want to advise my team to please be concise. We're running a little bit behind schedule right now, so I know that there's a lengthy presentation, and to the extent that you can be crystal clear and concise, that would be helpful. Thank you. Dr. Moran.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good afternoon, members of the board. As Dr. Taylor shared, today's presentation will highlight how we are operationalizing a unified strategy across the system. Specifically, you'll hear how restorative approaches in the Student Code of Conduct are being embedded as core strategies to support school climate, strengthen relationships, and ensure consistent, equitable responses to student behavior. Today, we're going to share updates on implementation, including how we are building staff capacity, aligning our work to district priorities, and using data to guide continuous improvement. While you heard in the previous presentation on student safety the ways our school system is working to ensure our students and adults are safe, our primary approach is to move from a culture of compliance to a culture of commitment and care. To achieve this, we believe that if we ensure systematic coherence between support and practices, and if we empower our staff through accountability, we will see the data-driven results our community expects: the reduction and elimination of disproportionality and increased safety and well-being of all students. Today, you're going to hear about the direct alignment to our MCPS strategic plan, specifically Goal 3, where we are defining a safe environment as one where students are connected, not excluded. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Professional Learning, Marjorie Loeb.
Good afternoon. Restorative approaches are a core strategy, not a separate initiative, for achieving Goal 3 of the MCPS strategic plan. This work directly supports our commitment to safe, welcoming, inclusive, and equitable school environments by focusing on relationships, accountability, and belonging. Over the past 4 years, MCPS has moved from pilot programs to system-wide implementation, embedding restorative approaches into discipline, school climate, and school improvement efforts. Next slide. I want to start by explaining what restorative approaches are and what they aren't. Restorative approaches is a mindset and philosophy that shapes how we build relationships, respond to harm, and strengthen school climate. It's about proactively building community and also repairing and restoring relationships when harm has occurred. The focus is on education and growth, helping students learn from mistakes, understand the root of behavior, and take meaningful steps to repair harm and reintegrate successfully into the school community. This work supports the physical, social, emotional, and academic well-being of students and staff. In practice, that means building caring relationships based on trust and responsibility, supporting self-awareness and emotional regulation, and teaching conflict resolution skills so students learn how to recognize harm and repair it. Restorative approaches are not separate from accountability. They happen alongside consequences and emphasize that discipline should be rehabilitative, restorative, and educational. Restorative approaches are not a replacement for consequences. They are not a single program, a script, or a required set of interventions. They are not limited to circles or formal conferences, and they aren't one size fits all. There isn't one right way to do this work. It's a flexible philosophy and set of practices that adapts to the needs of students, staff, and situations. I also just wanted to clarify why we say approaches. 2 years ago, our district shifted from restorative justice to restorative approaches to align with the language used by Maryland State Department of Education. The term approaches signals that this is not a single program or script. It reflects a whole school philosophy that is woven into daily interactions, discipline responses, and community building practices. It also reflects flexibility. Schools can apply restorative thinking in ways that fit their community while staying grounded in shared principles. Next slide. The restorative approaches work directly aligns with the MCPS Strategic Plan Goal 3, positive, safe, and effective environments. Next slide, please. Now I want to share a bit about what the restorative approaches work looks like this school year. Every school has a person responsible for restorative approaches. It's a restorative approaches coach. And that coach gets a stipend for their work. The stipend started in the 21-22 school year, and that is the year we began to have centralized instructional specialists to support the work. In the 22-23 school year, we expanded the team to 8 specialists. This year, those 8 specialists moved to the professional learning specialist role, and we added 5 more for a total of 13 professional learning specialists who support the restorative approaches coaches and work on cross-functional teams with a focus on professional learning. These coaches are anticipated to continue their work again next year, too. So previously, schools often relied on the central office restorative approaches specialists to come out to their schools and do the restorative approaches work. This year, the team has really been working hard to model how to do the work and then coach the coach in their school to be able to lead that work. And we've been able to deepen our impact. We've also provided a differentiated professional learning model, including monthly PLCs for new coaches, quarterly sessions for returning coaches, and ongoing office hours, supporting both the skill development and continuous improvement. With this approach, we are strengthening alignment between restorative practices and district priorities for student achievement, including the Maryland School Report Card. Together, these efforts ensure restorative approaches are embedded as a core strategy, not a standalone initiative, for improving climate, strengthening relationships, and advancing academic outcomes. Next slide. This year's RA Coach PLC learning progression has focused on coaching skills, leadership, and capacity building, developing school-based staff to lead restorative work within their own buildings and ensuring sustainable, distributed leadership across the district. The learning model includes direct instruction, opportunities for reflection and practice, and practical resources to support implementation. Feedback indicates that the RA coaches leave each session with a stronger understanding of restorative approaches and clear, actionable next steps they can immediately apply in their schools. Next slide. As I mentioned, there is a restorative approaches coach allocation for every school. Each school receives an allotment of stipend hours for a leader or leaders of the RA work in the building. 96 hours for secondary schools and 48 hours for elementary schools. We collect a monthly report to capture the areas of support the restorative approaches coaches are providing. The most common services and responsibilities are schools support meeting consultations, providing individual student support, providing staff and classroom support, attending the RA coaches PLC meetings, and facilitating mediations or responding to behavioral incidents. Next slide. For the past 4 years, our schools have used a rubric based on the Maryland State Department Restorative Practices Standards to evaluate the implementation of restorative approaches in our schools. School-based coaches, in collaboration with their administrators and members of their leadership teams, conduct an annual self-assessment and submit their ratings along with the supportive evidence to the professional learning specialist team. You can see the results for this year. Only 2% of schools were rated as reactive, meaning they have yet to establish consistent and proactive restorative processes and protocols. 30% of schools are now early implementers, with some practices in place, but not yet implemented consistently across the school, and some practices still missing or yet to be established. 54% of schools have reached the intermediate stage, demonstrating strong, evidence-based processes that engage multiple stakeholder groups. We have 14% of schools in the mature category, indicating they have codified processes that are implemented with fidelity across the entire school community. This data clearly demonstrates that the district's progress in scaling restorative practices from an initial reactive phase to a more proactive and well-established framework. Next slide, please. Our intermediate and mature schools are a key benchmark for successful implementation of restorative approaches. The data shows a steady and significant increase in the percentage of schools in the mature category, which has more than doubled, increasing from the 3% 4 years ago to 14% this school year. And we now have 68% of schools at the intermediate or mature implementation. This consistent growth demonstrates that our schools are implementing restorative approaches with greater fidelity, moving from the foundational early stage work to more consistent embedded practice across the district. Next slide. Our data shows that restorative approaches is no longer just an experimental program in our district. It's a foundational habit. Our strongest performance is our proactive work. Classroom circles and community building are becoming increasingly routine. We've reached a level of consistency where the restorative environment is visible the moment a student walks into our buildings. Teachers are moving from beyond punitive and compliance-based discipline and are now using affective language and reflective conversations to foster genuine student accountability. Next slide. Recently, we launched a new initiative survey that Chief Jones also referenced. We solicited input from families and school-based administrators and school-based staff on the use of the Student Code of Conduct and some items that focused on restorative practices. As seen in the families chart on the left, there is a powerful supermajority support for restorative practices. Nearly 60% of families support learning from mistakes and repairing harm as an alternative to traditional punishment. Only 17.5% disagree. Interestingly, as shown on the right, the percentage of school-based staff who feel confident implementing these practices almost perfectly matches the percentage of families who support them. This tells us the support is deep and consistent across both stakeholders. The community and staff are conceptually aligned, but the practical capacity is not universal. We must move beyond measuring general support and begin targeting specific capacity building initiatives. Next slide, please. Our work ahead is about making sure the restorative approaches is more consistently and effectively used across all of our schools to have the impact that you're going to hear about from these two principles. I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Rose Alvarez, the principal of Lakeland Park Middle School, and Ms. Carla Lopez Arias, the principal of John F. Kennedy High School, who will speak about the work they are leading at their schools to advance the integration of restorative approaches and its impact.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I appreciate the request that we keep it succinct. Everyone at my school at Lakelands is probably laughing because, you know, that's an effort for me to keep things succinct. But I will try my best, and I will invite you all to come out to Lakelands Park, and I'll talk to you about it there. But there are a lot of work has been done at Lakelands over the last 6 years while I've been there, and especially the last 2 years, we've really turned a corner. Our focus as a school is really around community of belonging and high expectations. We all know, hopefully, about the warm demander teacher. The teacher is one who has the high expectations and is deeply caring and loving of their students. And we believe in that for our whole school. We try to embody that warm demander as a whole school, and that starts with creating a warm community of belonging where we expect only the best from our kids. And so our restorative approaches are really holistic across the whole day. We just heard how important it is. Our foundation with restorative work is really the proactive work. So that's a little more what you see on this graphic, starting at the top with our restorative framework. We set very clear expectations, just in the classroom, in the hallways. Students have to know what our expectations are, what the standard is, and what will happen if that standard isn't met. So we have a school-wide response system. It's a good example of this is our cell phone policy, where kids know it's about what happens throughout the school day. It's not that you get 3 warnings in this class or that class. We are all communicating using technology so that we know it's one and done. And also, we have invested in our teachers. We know what makes the biggest difference for our students is those effective teachers, and they deserve to have specialized training in how best to support kids and create this climate in their classroom. We have Ms. Bateman, who is our professional learning specialist in our CFT, has been a great support to us, and our restorative approaches coaches, Melissa Leva and Jessica Goldstein, who are 2 of our team leaders, have been trained by the Crisis Prevention Institute in the classroom culture module. So in this module, we are able to help our teachers have collaborative conversations around how to have a positive climate and how to respond when behaviors aren't met. One of the best learnings that comes to mind from that is around how we want to start with kind of the power of the period. So if a kid walks into class and maybe they've been late before, and maybe you haven't seen them in a few days and they haven't been in school, we're glad you're here. So that's the first message the kids hear. And then later we follow up with our expectations. So it's about being warm and caring, but also setting a clear expectation and clear consequences. And so teachers are discussing that. We are very strategic with how we involve our community in our restorative work and all our school improvement work. Quarterly, we have our school improvement plan quarterly reviews in which our members of our community, our caregivers, our parents are invited in to work with our leadership team and see the data that we have for our restorative work and our school consequences, along with all our academic data. And they are able to hear what approaches we're using and provide guidance and support. I will also mention that our cross-functional team is always present at these meetings, and they too are providing guidance and support. So moving down to the restorative environment, I would like to highlight our Falcon Bucks reward system, which is a collaboration with our parents to provide positive rewards. Kids can buy things. They earn the Falcon Bucks by exhibiting positive behaviors, and they're able to cash those in for fun prizes in the mornings and at lunch at a school store run with our parents and caregivers. And they help provide the prizes as well sometimes. We have also tiered supports. So this is really important with our restorative approaches. It starts in the classroom, and then it might go to the grade level team for a response, and then it might come to an administrator. Some things go straight to administration, as we know in our code of conduct, but for most behaviors, most middle school behaviors, it starts with the teacher and engaging the families, and we always work from a tiered lens. See, I have a lot to share. Let's see, how can I speed this up? So we do have the community building, as you've heard about the circles, in our classrooms. We build those into our classroom time. Classrooms need to have community building. Kids need to feel a part of something in that classroom. So that happens through the classroom, with the classroom teacher being the lead. And our interventions. We have matched the intervention to the student's need. So while there are set consequences and restorative responses, oftentimes we find with repeated behavior that we need a response that matches to that child. So for example, one that comes to mind is that if a child is repeatedly having issues in the cafeteria, despite our interventions, calls home, and perhaps lunch reflections, it may be time for the child to eat somewhere else for a while with a smaller group. Not every child in 6th grade, 7th grade is developmentally ready for a cafeteria with 350 kids. And some kids find that very overstimulating and can be very hard for them. So let's give them a support, not just a consequence. And that's the basis of restorative approaches. Finally, I would like to go on, but on this slide I will just share that we, along with our restorative approach coaches, Ms. Leva and Ms. Goldstein, we also have Mr. Ranker, and he is also our Alternative 1 teacher. And so he supports through a case management model students who may have significant concerns or repeated concerns with behavior, attendance, or academics. But in addition, we have used some of our teacher staffing to fully release him. So he is available throughout the whole school day, and that staffing is absolutely critical. I'm very fortunate to be able to do that at my school. And he works with the students, not just on his caseload, but also any student who may need in-school intervention to provide a restorative response. So after whatever consequence is appropriate in the code of conduct, we then also will have something matched to them, a learning experience. We do use AI to help us create learning opportunities for the students that are matched to exactly what has occurred, and students have a deep opportunity to reflect on what's occurred. We can go to the next slide. So if you'll take a look at the pyramid, so we have approximately 1,000 students right now at Lakelands Park. 92.5 or 925 students are successful with just these proactive measures or perhaps minimal interventions from their teachers and team leaders. We have 5% of students who have been in the in-school support, in-school intervention and student support room with Mr. Ranker, and those students have not repeated. So once they have that opportunity, they have not gone back for that behavior. And then we have 2.5% or 25 students approximately who have had a suspension this school year or have had to return to Mr. Ranker in the student support room and receive more supports. I want to just highlight how important it is to have the support of our Ms. Bateman in providing guidance on the types of supports we can provide and different ideas. She, as part of our CFT, works with Mr. Ranker, especially in our other restorative approach coaches, to guide them. So some other results we've had are 2 years ago, we had 59 suspensions for the school year. Last year, that dipped down to 9, which was the lowest in many years. And then this year it's gone up a little bit. I know the matrix is in the code of conduct might be connected to that because we do have a higher level of accountability in our code of conduct. But we're very happy with those results, and students are not repeating because when they come back from suspension, we have very strong, robust reintegration with their family and the supports in the school and our school wellbeing team. And a final result that we have is our school climate data from our staff, our parents, and our families just highlighting some of the green on there because we are doing really well compared to previous years and compared to other schools, and we're really proud of our results. This wouldn't happen if it wasn't a school-wide effort, and also we need to continually have that shared leadership where we're listening to our families, our staff, and our kids to refine our processes and an ongoing data cycle. Thank you.
Next slide. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Lopez Arias, proud principal of John F. Kennedy High School. So you are going to hear quite a bit of the same things that Rose Alvarez spoke about, which is what is the high leverage points for restorative approaches at any school. So at John F. Kennedy High School, our work has been grounded in strengthening our overall school culture and climate this year. We started by establishing clear expectations and structures, ensuring that every adult understands their role in building relationships with students, and also understanding our protocols that we have in place for student behavior and response and our tier support systems. At the macro level, we align this work to our school improvement plan, where we build clear school-wide systems and response protocols and leverage shared leadership across administrators or restorative approaches coaches. So at Kennedy, we have 2 identified coaches who are fully released, again, using our staffing to ensure that some of this work is done with fidelity, our counselors and teacher leaders. We are also using ongoing data cycles to monitor our trends, adjust our approaches, and ensure that higher level tier of supports are provided to students through our school wellbeing team. At the micro level, this work is visible in daily practices. It starts by the minute that students walk into the building, by greeting them, establishing relationships, establishing rapport, addressing conflict in real time through those restorative conversations, and our support teams helping students reflect, take accountability, and repair the harm, which is at the base of those relationships, is at the base of building that community. We also strengthen our school intervention space to provide targeted, individualized support. And a lot of the data that you're going to see in the next slide, it is really a reflection of the work that we have done in this space. In this alignment between our systems and daily practices that ensure students experience both high expectations and a strong sense of belonging. Next slide. So in here, our impact thus far, we have seen meaningful progress as a result of our intentional systems and structures that we have put in place this year. So 90% of our success rate among the students who are participating in restorative circles, that means that the conflict, it is resolved in that space and they're able to walk away and not come back with the conflict with one another. 90% success rate for students supported through the re-entry plans. So when we are talking about when consequences are provided, students are provided in out-of-school suspension, we are coming to the table as a team with the families, caregivers, support team, counselors, anybody that wraps their arm around the students to discuss what is the next step and what are the supports that are needed to ensure the student is not coming back to this same space. So in those re-entry plans, we share them with the teachers, so everybody, again, is part of the student circle. We have seen a significant decrease in referrals to our out-of-school intervention program and our out-of-school suspensions. Again, it is about the work, it is about providing learning opportunities in that space. So when we assign a student to an in-school intervention, it is about reviewing what is the incident that took place that got us there, having a meaningful reflective conversation, but also learning as to how does this behavior change? What is it that we need to do and create a plan for that, and then a timeline as to how often are we going to be checking in on that student. And many times with the students that we have those re-entry plans, they come and check in with the teacher there. So they sometimes, when they're having those days, we all have them at the high school level, where we need a little bit more support or say, hey, Ms. Conti, I need to check in. I will find the student in there just doing a check-in, and then she walks them back to the class. Because sometimes it is about resetting, getting our minds in the right space for learning to take place. And of course, the students that we have seen in this space, we have a low rate of recidivism. So, when we think about the pyramid, what are those tier 1 supports, what are tier 2 supports, our tier 3 number of students is very low because we are doing, again, the intentional work of changing behavior in this space. So the progress is grounded in ongoing real-time data monitoring. We're using multiple data sources to identify patterns early, respond quickly to their needs, and continuously refine our practices. So this is an ongoing monitoring and looking at what are we missing, where is our gap, and how we can fill it. Most importantly, we're shifting from being reactive when it comes to discipline to having proactive structures and conditions for student success. As a result, we are seeing fewer escalations, stronger relationships, and a more consistent and supportive learning environment. While we are proud of this progress, we also recognize that this work is ongoing. Being here only the first year at Kennedy, this is definitely an ongoing and a long-term plan as to how do we continue to scale this up to be something that is standalone in every single classroom at Kennedy High School. So we remain committed to deepening our implementation and ensuring that every student at Kennedy High School experiences both accountability and care.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to speak about the Student Code of Conduct. We're going to frame this conversation around the 3 pillars that were introduced earlier by Dr. Moran: systematic coherence, accountability, and data-driven results. Next slide, please. MCPS goal is for a relationship-focused approach towards discipline, where disciplinary measures are restorative, rehabilitative, and educational. Educational extends not only to school-based staff, but it also extends to parents and community members and students as well. The Student Code of Conduct is our primary resource for providing guidance and direction for school disciplinary decision-making in the school building. Next slide, please. When we reflect on the student code of conduct from FY25, the three main school practice and structures that were elevated in the FY25 student conduct are highlighted here. They are grade level interventions, exclusionary responses at level 4 and 5, which are out of school suspensions, and behavior interventions at the teacher level, which would be 1 and 2, and administrative levels are 3, 4, and 5. Feedback from diverse groups of stakeholders led to changes, which transition into the next slide, which would be FY26. In FY26, we noticed that these changes came through following strategies and practices. So there were specific strategic leadership moves that were being implemented at the school level. School administrators are considering both mitigating and aggregating factors. Mitigating factors are components such as age, grade level, and cultural linguistic factors, and aggregating components such as prior misconduct, imminent threat, and injuries that may have been caused to a student. At the school level, we're also experiencing consistent implementation of student supports and interventions, such as restorative approaches, student well-being teams, behavior plans, while using a tiered response approach. Next slide, please. On this slide, we highlight the systemic alignment between school and central office. With the revised student code of conduct, we're experiencing a consistent variety of supports that are proven to be effective towards reducing student disproportionality rates for school suspensions. Some of the supports we're witnessing school administrators implementing at the school level are relationship building between students and staff, tiered supports, and a focus on early intervention, prevention, and restorative approaches. At the central office level, some of the following supports are being provided to school system leaders: coaching and consultation with specific focus on reducing disproportionality, rates aligned to strategic goals, focus on student groups, and stakeholder feedback. Next slide, please. On the next slide, 6 through 9, we're going to take a look at reducing disproportionality student suspension rates. So on this first slide that we see here, this highlights suspension rates for Black and African American students. We want to highlight that the changes from FY24 to FY26. Specifically, we're going to highlight Kennedy High School as they're here at the table. You'll see in FY24, there was a 7.48% suspension rate for Black or African American students. That has now been shifted down to 3.05% in FY26. So that's a 4.43% percentage point change. To be more specific, if you look at the numbers over the course of the year, from FY25 to FY26, Kennedy has reduced the suspension rates for Black and African American students from 35 students to 16. Overall, when you look at all suspensions, it has gone from 89 to 40 suspensions, which is something to be celebrated and acknowledged. We also decided to specifically focus on middle and high school data. For this is where MCPS has seen the largest school suspension rates, whereas elementary schools have lower to none extensions of school suspensions existing. Next slide, please. On this slide here, you see that we've highlighted students receiving special education services, or in other words, students who may have an individual education plan or an IEP. You'll notice here also we'll see a decrease in student suspension rates from a select group of schools. And in the slide, we selected schools from across the county so that you can see that there's a variety of schools and that are having a positive impact on the data that we are experiencing. Next slide, please. On this slide, we elevated Hispanic or Latino students. And we know that this slide and the next slide are strategic focus areas for us as a school system, whereas the previous two slides were aligned with our strategic goal. On this particular slide, we'll highlight Lakelands Park Middle School, who is also here at the table. If you look at the FY24, they had 6.88% of their Hispanic Latino students who were suspended. If you look at the reduction now to 1.99%, that's a 4.89% percentage point change. Next slide, please. And on this next slide, we also want to elevate our emerging multilingual learners as well. Lakeland Park is at the top. We highlight them as well. If you can see, they have a tremendous percentage point change from 7.81% change. If you go from FY24, 8.59% down to 0.78%, which is less than 1%. Next slide, please. This is a survey results that were launched for independent families, school-based administrators, and school-based staff on the student code of conduct. This slide represents respondent groups from each of the following questions. For families, my child's school has clearly explained the behavior expectations for the code of conduct to our family. school-based administrators. The simplified behavior categories, level 1 through 5, and revised code of conduct have improved the consistency of disciplinary coding at my school. 2, since implementing the revised code, I have observed a decrease in the use of exclusionary practices like suspensions for minor infractions. And for school-based staff, the revised code of conduct provides clear, actionable guidance for managing classroom behavior before formal referral is needed. Responses of strongly agree and agree or combine and are indicated as agreed. Responses of strongly disagree and agree or combine are indicated as disagreed, as noted on this slide. Next slide, please. Here are some thoughts and actions that we're considering for FY27. School administrators and school staff supports with alignment of restorative approaches in student code of conduct interventions responses for elementary age students. System-wide professional development for all stakeholder groups. We have designated Friday, June 26th as that first professional development for all school-based administrators. And then the third action is focused student code of conduct support for new school principals. As we understand new school principals moving into a role that brings on a lot of new challenges, we want to make sure we provide specific intentional support for those new administrators at that level.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. So as you can see, we are not simply managing behavior, we're cultivating a community. By aligning our code of conduct with the restorative approaches, we ensure that every student in MCPS is held to a high standard of accountability within a framework of unconditional support. At this time, President Rivera-Oven, I turn it back over to you and the board for discussion.
Thank you very much. And my colleagues have questions. Ms. Montoya, and then we'll go to Ms. Stewart.
I sure do. Thank you so much. Before my questions, though, I just want to say congratulations to both of you. This is really wonderful to see, and I'm really excited that you're excited, and for our students and families and staff. And no offense to you, Ms. Alvarez, but especially for Ms. Lopez-Arias, this is your first year as a principal at Kennedy. It's your first year as a principal. So I just want to applaud you for a second because this data is just amazing. Like, I'm just so happy to see it, and I'm sure your families and community are as well. So I just want to say hats off to both of you, and I appreciate it. I do have some hard questions for the rest of you, though. I want to start actually with slide 14. Thank you. Yep. Oh, 14. There we go. A couple more. Forward. Yep, there we go. Thank you. I feel a little frustrated because restorative practices or approaches or whatever term we want to use, and I do think we need to be consistent in our terms, right? That term is not even consistent with what the title of the slide is, right? Restorative approaches, restorative practices. And it might seem like, well, Rita, it's kind of the same thing. And okay, I hear you. But again, for someone who's looking at it, right, for the receiver of the survey, like it's really important when we're taking surveys and data collection that we are consistent because it doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, right? But what I'm most frustrated about is that restorative approaches are not alternatives to consequences. They ride alongside each other. Right? And there may be an instance where, for example, you were talking about the lunchroom, and that totally resonated with me because I have a 6th grader, and it's nothing about the school or the students, it's just loud. And a lot of kids, like, that just doesn't work out for them, right? And we want them to be regulated, so we try to find other spaces for them to be. So I just really appreciated that example of a space where we can look at that and go, what's really going on here, right? But there are some instances where there absolutely needs to be a consequence. Right? If a student assaults another student, then there needs to be a consequence. Now, I'm a former public defender, a juvenile one at that, and we still also have to ask the child who assaulted somebody, hey, bud, what's going on? And we still have to talk to the family, right? These are not one or the other. They literally ride alongside of each other. And you can have that restorative moment, whatever that looks like in your space for that situation, even without the victim being involved, right? Because I've had some people tell me that, oh, well, no, they don't have to be involved. It doesn't have anything to do with them. And quite frankly, I'm not sure how many students who just get assaulted want to sit down in a restorative circle with the person who assaulted them, right? And that's understandable. So I just want us to be very clear because I will tell you that a lot of the pushback that I get from the community is that we don't have consequences because we're doing this restorative justice. Now, I know that that is not accurate in terms of the way that this model is supposed to be implemented, and I'm happy that we are implementing it with fidelity as to what it actually is, because I think it was getting kind of a bad reputation, unfairly. But things like this do not help that cause, and quite frankly, I don't see how this data is even valid when these are the kinds of questions that we're putting out there for the community. So I just feel extremely frustrated that this was not caught until I'm saying it right now, right? And I know we even had a conversation about how I need you to make it very clear to the community that these are not pick one or the other, right? Because they do go alongside each other. So I have a whole problem even just receiving any of this data because of that. So I really need us to be mindful that if we are going to say certain groups of people feel this way or that way, well, they don't if our questions are not even appropriate, right? So I just, we can all do with that piece, I guess, what we will. But I want to also then go back to slide 11, the implementation progress. Oh, did you? I didn't know if there was a thing to respond to.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
I wanted to acknowledge that I think there could have been more clarity around this. The intention behind it was really around the alternative to traditional punishment and really trying to make it explicit that it is not one or the other, but both. But I hear what you're saying around the ensuring that they're not that it's not a replacement for consequences. I think it could have been asked more clearly, but I wanted the traditional word as an alternative to traditional was I think what we were trying to ask.
Right, but those terms in itself, like, are they defined somewhere so that the parent reading it understands that that's what we're being, right? So do you see what I'm saying? Because when I'm just reading it just like this, and I'm going to put myself out there, I did not look at the survey as a parent and take the survey. Okay, so this is the first time I'm seeing it. That is not at all what I see there. Because alternative means it's this to something, right? Instead of this, we're doing this alternative thing, right? And I just can't even understand how someone would take it another way, quite frankly. So I just want us to be mindful about the wording that we use in these surveys, because every single word matters when you're asking someone to subscribe to that statement, right? We change a word, it could mean a whole different thing to somebody.
Agreed.
Wait, before you go, I'd just like to remind everybody that we have a hard stop at 5:35. So if you have a question, ask your question, and then move on. Thank you.
So as to slide 11, I just wanted to know, not right now, but is it possible to know which are these middle schools, high schools, elementaries, like what types of schools are in what level of progress? So if we can just get some follow-up on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you. And I would also love to sing all of your praises, but I've heard short timeline. So please know they're heartfelt. Anyway, I also have some data-based questions I'd like to see, like some of this implementation progress data, where that's coming from specifically. Doesn't have to be right now. And I also bring up some of this for my fellow board members. I know that we did an evaluation in 23-24, like a program evaluation. I think now that we have implemented some of those things, it might be something worthwhile to re-examine again in the future. And then I also wanted to ask something a little bit more specific about the training that folks are receiving. I know that MCPS utilized the positive behavior intervention strategies, or PBIS, for many years. I'm wondering if there is something specific in regards to like how PBIS and restorative approaches are different, and in which ways they could coexist, but as we all know, in many ways they cannot coexist. So if that's something else that's part of that training. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart.
I would like a breakdown of the implementation progress along with the suspension data to see if there's any kind of correlation there. I know you picked out certain schools, which is awesome. I love hearing about the wins, but that was a select group of schools, right? And so I would like to see how that is working with the levels.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf.
I want to know if we can get a breakdown of which schools fall in these 4 categories so we can sort of cross-reference it with the discipline data That's one thing. And the other thing, I just want to thank Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Lopez Arias for coming. Secondly, on slide number 10, is this, when you say 96 stipend hours, is that a train-the-trainer model? And 48 hours for elementary, is that a train-the-trainer model? Because 96 hours for 65 middle and high schools doesn't sound like a lot.
No, it's the coach gets 96 hours of stipend money per school year. So it's not a train-the-trainer model. So that's how we pay them.
I know that, but it just doesn't sound like they could be doing a lot with 96 hours.
Well, evaluation, yeah. I mean, it's a budget item.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious about that. So I thought that they were training other people in the building to do it.
They could be training. They could be training other people. They could be having circles. They could be working with individual students, but that's what they do with their 96 hours over the course of the school year.
I'm just curious as to whether or not that's sufficient. I don't know if you could tell.
I think we'd always love more.
Yeah, they would always tell us that they would love more.
My final question is, did I understand you correctly that this is in every school now?
Yes, there's a restorative approaches coach in every school.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Carl and Rose. I have been to your schools before this data and now, so I am extremely happy, and congratulations to both of you. We're lucky to have you, and to the staff, thank you for the presentation and your hard work. Safe travels. We will move to 10.3, proposed amendment to the calendar. So if the staff could please come down.
While we're switching out the slide decks, we saved the most painful for last.
I see.
And we will make the presentation part quick because the choices before the board for consideration are few, but they are substantial. And we are going to be making a pitch for some community involvement at the end of our presentation because winter weather and emergency planning, as well as our State Board of Education, have thrown some curveballs to us this year that we need to account for in next year's calendar. This is very late in the process of making modifications, so the sooner that we can communicate any changes to our community, the better. And so the sooner we can solicit feedback from our community, the better. I'll kick it to Ms. McGuire to run us through today's presentation.
And I promise to be very brief. I'm going to really highlight here the middle bullet, which is to mirror what Dr. Taylor just said, which is that truly, given the structure of the MCPS calendar, our community values, which are so important to us, as well as the state requirements, our options to increase makeup days within the calendar are extremely limited. So this really is just meant to illustrate the extent of regulation and policy that does govern the creation of the calendar. And I will note that while some of it is Montgomery County, a great deal of it comes from the state. The state does have a number of very definitive rules around how the calendars can be structured. And this timeline really was just intended to highlight that while we have adopted the calendar on March 24th, you'll note that that is when the state board convened to hear and ultimately approve the Montgomery County Public Schools request for a waiver of making up the full number of days that we were required to take off this year. In their action to do that, the state board also added some additional guidance, and really more than guidance, added some additional requirements to what all school systems need to do in their school year calendar. The end of school must occur no later than the Juneteenth national holiday, and that includes the days that are required to extend the calendar at the end of the year as part of the inclement weather planning. The state also emphasized that the school systems need to have makeup days embedded within their calendar and emphasized having them in the spring semester. And as you'll see shortly, that's particularly challenging for us. The state board also emphasized the need for a virtual plan, which of course the board has already taken care of and has already adopted recently. The next two slides, I will not spend time reading them all to you, but these are intended to outline the scheduled non-instructional days that are currently in your approved 2026-2027 calendar for next year. And really the important piece about these charts is that it shows that each day is associated either with state law, a contract requirement, or a religious observance. What you will see is on this page, which really reflects essentially the first semester, you'll see that there are 2 days, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and again the Wednesday, December 23rd before winter break. Those are the only 2 days in this chart that the board could schedule instruction. And if you look at the next page for the spring semester, again, what you see is the same pattern. Each day is associated with state law, a contract requirement, or a religious holiday. And what you see here is that in order to add any days back in the semester, you would be looking at shortening spring break. Which brings me to my handy summary here of the 3 options that do exist for the board in terms of adding back any additional instructional days or adding capacity for makeup days to address possible inclement weather. Really, you have 3 options. One is to open school on those non-instructional days that are also associated with religious observances. Now, certainly, if we were to take this option, those absences would still be excused. We would take steps to minimize the instructional conflicts, and those are approaches that were taken many years ago before the system began to routinely align with those days. The second would be to reduce the length of winter break and or spring break. Winter break can only be reduced by 1 day, but MCPS does have some additional days of spring break that could be scheduled for instruction. And the third option is to start the school year earlier in August. Not to be difficult, but I am going to reiterate that really given the structure of the calendar and of what the state board has put forward, these are the options that exist. So the superintendent's recommendation is to start school earlier. There are pros and cons to everything. The advantages to this approach are that we do front-load instruction earlier in the year. We do provide time for additional professional development opportunities, and we do, again, really focus on instruction and give us more time to have instruction ahead of the end of the year requirements. Of course, there are challenges. There are shorter windows for summer programming and summer cleaning and our operational issues, many operational issues related to construction. And certainly families and community members have expectations in many cases that involve time off in August. Nonetheless, again, as we've outlined, we are in the place of needing to bring to you proposed amendments to the calendar. And so what we have done here is essentially show the first day of school on August 19th, which is transition day. What that would do is add some additional days, essentially start the school year a week earlier, and bring the pre-service week to August 12th through the 18th. We've identified the 10th and 11th in a different shade here because we would like to consider those for additional professional development opportunities as well if we take this approach, but again, that would require some ongoing conversation, of course, with our employees association. So you see those there as an idea. But again, the 5 days of pre-service would be the 12th to the 18th, transition day on the 19th, and our first day of school for those not in transition would be on the 20th. What we did try to do in each of the calendars, and I won't walk you through all of them, but what we did try to do in each of the months was make as few changes as possible for a couple reasons. One, as we already talked about, many of the days are already assigned to requirements. And two, we know that families have already begun to build plans and expectations based on the calendar for the next year. So again, in the interest of time, folks can look at these. What we would do is for semester one, we would identify that December 23rd as the first makeup day if any emergency closure occurs prior to December 15th. We felt that that was reasonable to say that on December 15th, that would give folks enough time to plan for school on the 23rd, and certainly there could be occasions where that is necessary. So that would be potentially the first makeup day. Again, when we look at the end of the year under this scenario, sorry, I should highlight also, we did leave spring break intact, again, on the idea that to make as few changes as possible and also acknowledge that people do plan ahead. The last day of school then would be on the 17th, with the 18th being the Juneteenth holiday next year because the 19th is on a Saturday. So very briefly, to map out what the inclement weather days would look like in this scenario, again, that first day could be December 23rd if school closes prior to the 15th of December. The second makeup day is by default June 11th, the last day of school, and it's a makeup day because that's our built-in extra day. That is day 181 in our calendar, and if we go all 180 days, then the 181 day is extra. The third through the sixth makeup days are June 14th through 17th, and with that, this approach does allow us to extend the school year into that following week without going past the 18th. So, and again, the board-approved virtual learning plan would be implemented as appropriate. We would certainly need to see in the moment where whether an extended closure was occurring. And so that brings us again to our recommended amendments. What we would like to do is, with the board's tentative support, we would put this out for public review and comment so that folks could, see and engage with the calendar. We'll put out a very brief survey, and I'm sorry. We'll put out a there it is. That's the, thank you, Dr. Taylor. That is the very brief survey right there. It's super brief, I promise, and folks can start to weigh in there. We will, of course, have the calendar options available for people. The presentation is available online, and we will distribute the proposed amendments. Because of how late in the cycle this is, we would want to bring this back to the board for adoption or consideration on April 30th.
Okay. Questions?
I have one little one.
Okay. All right. I have one little question, and I feel like the answer is going to be no, but I'm looking at the proposed calendar in October. I see a day on the 16th, which is no school for students, and then on the 26th, no school for students. I'm asking for all the parents out here.
Yeah.
Is there any way to make that day on the 16th on the 23rd so it could just be all in one chunk, so that there would be just like a 4-day weekend instead of a day off on the weekend and then a week of school and then another 3-day weekend? That just those choppiness is what is hard for families.
No, and we appreciate that. So the 26th is the end of quarter one, so that's a grading and reporting day that would need to stay there. The 16th is associated with our contract, but I think we could look at the placement. However, again, we would just need to look at, so we can look at that.
Okay. Yeah, if we could just take a look, it might
Yep.
be possible. Might be that it's not possible, but just to take a look.
We'll look
Thank you.
at that. Yep.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the difficulties with this and how so many folks have made plans, and we're starting to receive some feedback from a lot of our educators in particular about some of the difficulties of this, and considering things like childcare, especially for that pre-service week and things like that. And even looking, I know we talked about the contract and working with our partners. There are things about pre-service outlined in there. So I just want to say that this is not anyone's really excited. None of us are really excited to do this. That this is painful for everyone here. I just want to acknowledge that.
Ms. Stewart.
I just want to reiterate how I'm not exactly sure how if our union partners have okayed this particular plan or not. So
Well, we're in an interesting position because the state is telling us we have to do something. So it's critically important that we collect feedback on which of the three awful options we have to utilize, none of which we really wanted to go with right out of the gate, or else we would have started with that in our initial calendar. And our calendar committee, which works hard to make a recommendation on our calendar, has already brought forward something that was adopted. And so I think to echo Ms. Zimmerman's point, we're stuck with some difficult situations that we have to stay compliant. Now, in defense of a lot of the feedback that we get during the winter holidays, that there's often a request that we build in more time to account for winter holidays, winter inclement weather. And so, there is some merit to that. We don't like the time pressure in which we have to do that. We'd love to think through that process more thoroughly in a future year calendar, but as fate would have it, we have to address it in this upcoming year's calendar. So as challenging as it may be, these are the situations that we're confronted with. We don't like the timetable. We don't like the urgency. We'd much rather do this a year from now, but the reality is we have to do it now.
One other idea that was brought up to me, and believe me, none of this idea is ideal, is make some of our grading days half days instead of full days. I just wanted to bring that up before we close this out.
And again, that is a contractual thing, so we would have to go back to our association partners to negotiate that as part of that. So these are within the constraints that we have right now. We are obviously subject to the will of the board and what you direct in terms of the actions that we go from here.
I'm looking forward to seeing the feedback. Thank you.
I hope folks do participate in the feedback. I think this is really important. But I also know that, this is not something that we are choosing in a sense. And, but we are a very diverse community, right? And so we have certain responsibilities. And honestly, we cannot gamble with this again this year with Mother Nature because we lost. Yes. We lost badly against Mother Nature. And so there's a lot of things to consider. So these are our choices, folks. And it is what it is at this point. Not because this is how we would like it, but this is the hand we were dealt with. So with that being said, thank you for the work, for the staff. And I hope that we see the results, and I'm sure folks will be voting. With that, is there any new business? No, okay. Can I please have a motion?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much, this staff and everybody, and blessings to all and safe travels. The meeting is adjourned.